Chapter 133. I, Chao Xian, will take your woman. Chao Xian's lips curled into a mocking smile. Su Yu did not seem to hear him, his gaze calm. He gathered the cold energy in his body and prepared to fight. Seeing Su Yu struggling like a trapped beast, Chao Xian's mocking expression became even more intense. Very well. The more you resist, the more interesting it will be when I step on you. In the past, my teacher stole your teacher, Li Guang's woman. Today I, Chao Xian, shall steal your woman. This is the fate of the both of you. Your women are destined to belong to us, master and disciple. What a pitiful pair. Even your fates are the same. These words were spoken through telepathy. After all, Han Ji was below the stage. Su Yu's calm eyes fluctuated intensely. A shred of deep hatred welled up in his eyes. 100 years ago, Han Ji had stolen Li Guang's woman. Today it was a similar scene. Han Ji's disciple was using this battle to steal Li Guang's disciple's woman. Similar fates had overlapped after 100 years. Firstly, you will not be able to steal my woman. Secondly, I, Su Yu, will take your lives one by one. Su Yu replied calmly. Chao Xian stood with his hands behind his back, just like how he had stood on the giant bird on Xinhua Island. He looked down at Su Yu with disdain. Wait until you can withstand one of my attacks. I will not be merciful to you. Crack! The cold energy in Su Yu's body surged, radiating in all directions with his feet as the epicenter. The cold temperature turned the training ground into a world of ice. The ice spread to Chao Xian's feet, but avoided him. It was as if Chao Xian was a ball of flame, causing the cold energy to retreat. That pitiful cold energy of yours is useless against me. Chao Xian mocked. 6 fingers of destruction. He casually stretched out 6 fingers, each of which was surrounded by terrifying flames. The dust in the air turned into nothingness. Creak! With a flick of his fingers, sparks flew. Wherever the sparks passed, the ice turned into white water vapor. In the blink of an eye, the ice in the training ground disappeared, with the exception of a 1-meter radius around Su Yu. Wang Xinxue, who was gradually regaining consciousness, stared at this scene with deep shock in his eyes. Even if Chao Xian suppressed his cultivation, his battle prowess was still not something a 3rd-level Holy King could match. The 6 fingers of destruction, a fire-based cultivation technique, could restrain Su Yu. Fire was the nemesis of ice. Meeting me is your fate. Chao Xian sneered. Your cultivation technique is restrained by me, Chao Xian, and your fate will also be restrained by me. The second elder's pale eyes inadvertently revealed a trace of worry. Su Yu's ice, which he relied on the most, was countered, and his chances of winning shrank. Su Yu stood still, his expression calm and indifferent. He did not panic. Chao Xian narrowed his eyes. Humph! Do you know that your self-composed expression is disgusting? Regardless of whether it was his first time arriving at Xinhua Island or yesterday's wedding, Su Yu's expression had always been calm. He was like an ant that refused to lower its head, which made him unhappy. As you wish. Pretending to be calm. Chao Xian snorted. 6 fingers of destruction. Chila! The fiery red flames emitted a terrifying heat as they revolved around the 6 fingers. Whoosh! Chao Xian's movement techniques were exceptional. In the blink of an eye, he was beside Su Yu. His 6 fingers were like rays of light as they pierced through Su Yu's chest. Your cold energy is restrained. What pride do you have? Rumble! The 6 fingers of destruction were about to strike. Su Yu's eyes shot out a cold glow. Raging flames. I'm sorry, but I have them too. What? Su Yu also cultivated a fire-based cultivation technique? That was not possible. Since he had focused on cultivating the ice path, if he rashly cultivated the fire-based cultivation technique, the two would clash, and it would only bring harm. Glazed ice flame. Su Yu gave a low grunt. Chila, a shocking scene appeared. Su Yu's entire body was suddenly covered in a layer of dark green flames. The flames were 3 meters tall, enveloping his entire body. The raging jade-green flames made his skinny figure look even taller and bigger. The sudden pulsation of the flames shocked everyone. How is that possible? Is it possible to cultivate both the ice and flame paths at the same time? Countless disciples were dumbfounded. The calm 10th elder was leisurely sipping his tea. His pupils shrank when he saw the raging flames from the corner of his eyes. After abruptly shooting his gaze over, he was shocked. The 2nd elder revealed a hint of surprise. This is indeed a flame, but it is not a flame, it is an ice flame. Raging flames formed from ice. Chao Xian's attack caught Su Yu off guard. The raging 3 zhang raging flames in Su Yu's body caused him to turn pale with shock. This is the deepest part of the depository of scriptures, the most difficult and powerful legacy-level technique to cultivate. Glazed ice flame. His heart was unprecedentedly shocked. The glazed ice flame was known as the most difficult technique to cultivate in the depository of scriptures. In the history of the Lucian faction, no one had ever successfully cultivated it. It was rumored that even cultivating it to lower class required at least 10 years, sometimes as long as 50 years. With such a long time, a complete legacy-level technique would be more than enough to cultivate half of it. Why waste time on a remnant of a scroll that could only touch the lower class level? Regardless of whether it was the disciples or the elders, no one touched the scroll. But how long had Su Yu been in the faction? He had only been in the faction for a little more than a month, yet he had successfully comprehended this nature-defying technique. Su Yu was only a step away from mastering the glazed ice flame under the icy azure lake. With the help of the cold energy of the icy pearl, he had finally broken through to stage 1 lower class. Congratulations, you got it right. Su Yu let out a cold smile. He struck out with his right palm. The jade-green raging ice flame swept across the land with the power to devour everything. The ice flame was extremely cold, beautiful and dazzling, stunning everyone. The unique ice flame blossomed in the world for the first time. Creak! The frighteningly high temperature of the 6 fingers of destruction was extinguished by the jade-green ice flame. A layer of ice flame adhered to Chao Xian's finger, quickly spreading to his entire body, burning him alive. Ah! Chao Xian let out a cry of pain. He could only feel that the layer of ice flame was quickly devouring his life force. It looked like the ice flame was not a real flame that could burn everything, but the life force in his body was being devoured by the terrifying jade-green ice flame. Die! At this critical moment, Chao Xian let out a low roar, a fiery red flame surging out of his body, 1 red and 1 green. Chao Xian's body was unprecedentedly magnificent. The jade-green ice flame did not receive the support of the cold energy, ultimately being devoured by the raging flames. Whoosh! Whoosh! Chao Xian panted heavily, his expression a little haggard. A shred of fear appeared in his eyes. If he had hesitated for even a moment, that terrifying ice flame would have been enough to devour him. Following that, his face was filled with anger and humiliation. To think that he had been so confident previously, but he had almost died in their first exchange. Chao Xian could even faintly feel countless doubtful gazes. They were doubting his abilities, doubting his honor as one of the 4 great core disciples of the faction. Humph! I only used 30% of my abilities just now. You are too happy too early. Chao Xian fiercely raised his head, gritting his teeth. He was not lying. Against Su Yu, he had indeed only used 30% of his abilities. He had thought that it would be enough to kill Su Yu, but who knew? Then use all your abilities. Su Yu calmly said, his expression calm. He was not proud. Chao Xian gritted his teeth. Fine. I will use all my abilities to defeat you in one move. 6 fingers of destruction. Completely withdrawing his contempt, Chao Xian's fingertips glowed brightly. A layer of crimson flames spread from his fingers to his entire body. With a loud bang, it shot up 4 zhan high. Compared to Su Yu's ice flame, it was 10 zhan higher. The intense high temperature caused Su Yu's icy raging flames to waver. Su Yu is in trouble. The disciples below the stage thought to themselves. The glazed ice flame is known as the most difficult legacy-level technique to cultivate, but it is also the most powerful legacy-level technique. However, Su Yu has only cultivated it to stage 1 lower class. It is still difficult to compare with a stage 1 top class legacy-level technique. The 10th elder's eyes flashed, gradually calming down. He once again leisurely sipped his tea, a faint smile on his lips. To be able to comprehend the glazed ice flame is indeed amazing. Unfortunately, the outcome of the battle has already been decided. The 2nd elder was worried. If this was what Su Yu was relying on to win, there was no doubt about the outcome of this battle. Chao Xian's gaze was fierce, flashing over. His 6 fingers were dotted with raging flames. I'm sorry, but your woman is mine. Under stage 1 top class, tremble in fear. Chao Xian had victory in his grasp. His 6 fingers carried towering raging flames as he struck forward. However, at this critical juncture, Su Yu did not use all his strength to block. Instead, the ice flames surrounding his body suddenly retracted. He wanted to use his flesh and blood to block Chao Xian's attack. As the crowd was puzzled, a purple light shot up to the sky beneath Su Yu's feet. A terrifying destructive energy formed a solid attack that radiated in all directions. A cold voice came from Su Yu's mouth. Stage 1 top class, ha! I'm sorry, but I still have it. The raging flames that Chao Xian was so proud of, Su Yu also had it. The stage 1 top class legacy level technique that Su Yu was so proud of, Su Yu still had it. Whoosh, whoosh, the sound of light rotation, accompanied by the destructive energy, entered the ears of the crowd. Looking down, the beautiful eyes of many women were filled with excitement. They felt their scalps go numb, but they could not hide their fondness. Under Su Yu's feet, there was a huge purple lotus with a diameter of 3 feet spinning. The lines of the lotus were clear, the veins of the petals distinct. 9 petals quietly unfolded with the wind. Within the lotus, a few clusters of stamens swayed gently. The quiet and beautiful lotus was elegant and graceful, like a beautiful lotus fairy. It was lifelike and did not seem like an illusion. But even though the purple lotus was beautiful, the layers of purple lightning arcs made people's scalps go numb. Within the purple lotus, there was a terrifying lightning violently circulating. The violent and frightening aura of the destructive energy caused everyone's hearts to beat wildly. Even a single look at it made people's hearts jump, their hearts filled with unease. Many of the disciples near the training grounds involuntarily took a step back. Their instincts told them that the purple lotus was extremely dangerous. The 2nd elder froze. After staring for a moment, he was deeply shocked. A lightning-based legacy-level technique. Stage 1 top class. The 10th elder's leisurely expression gradually turned rigid. A sense of foreboding welled up in his heart. Just how monstrous was Su Yu's level of comprehension? He had accomplished the most difficult legacy-level technique in a short month. And now, at the age of 14, he had comprehended stage 1 top class. Where did Li Guang find such a disciple? Why was he so uneasy? As an elder, the fact that he could feel uneasy was enough to show the impact Su Yu had on his heart. A trace of killing intent rose up. But under the gaze of the 2nd elder, who seemed to be smiling yet not smiling, it was suddenly extinguished. It was too late to kill Su Yu. The best opportunity had been missed. In the training grounds, the purple light shone. Su Yu stepped on the destructive purple lotus, looking even more like a celestial than a mortal. He looked like the legendary Lotus Boy. Purple Star Thunderbolt had always been a step away from Stage 1 top class. Under the icy azure lake, Su Yu had made a breakthrough, finally breaking through to top class. Chao Xian's cold smile suddenly froze. A feeling that made his scalp go numb welled up in his heart. Su Yu let out a cold laugh. This attack was prepared for you. Savor it with your heart. With a tap of his foot, the purple lotus spun rapidly. In that instant, the purple light shone in all directions, extremely blinding. To thank the two Piao Hong book friends from the day before, Tmrei and Xiao Xiao. The second watch at noon, the second watch at 8 at night. Chapter 134. Rumble. Thunder rumbled, shaking the heavens and shaking the earth. The training ground shattered, countless cracks spreading in all directions. The powerful shock wave radiated in all directions. Dust filled the sky, energy flying everywhere. Accompanied by lightning arcs, it was as if the mountains were collapsing. Countless disciples hurriedly retreated. The battle between two legacy-level techniques of Stage 1 top class was terrifying. The smoke and dust dispersed and the sand settled. The crowd looked over, their expressions changing. The training ground was beyond recognition, full of scars. There were only two figures standing in the field. One was calm, his purple robe fluttering, his silver hair cascading like a waterfall, his hands clasped behind his back. The other's clothes were in tatters, a few areas of his skin exposed. His flesh was mangled and burnt, releasing a pungent smell. The battle between the two was clear. Su Yu was unharmed, but Chao Xian was lightly injured, his cheeks pale and battered. In a direct confrontation, Su Yu had the upper hand. They were both legacy-level techniques of Stage 1 top class, but Su Yu had the advantage in spirit energy, reaching third-level peak Holy King. Chao Xian had the advantage in the physiological limits of his body, exceeding that of a Holy King. Otherwise, the Purple Star Thunderbolt would have been enough to take his life, not just lightly injure him. But there was no doubt that Su Yu had won this battle. Even with all your abilities, you are still no match for me. Su Yu had a cold smile. The only thing you are better at than me is that you have cultivated 6 years more than me. In front of me, you have no right to be arrogant. In the past, in Chao Xian's eyes, Su Yu did not even have the right to speak to him. But now, with the same cultivation level, he was no match for Su Yu. This was undoubtedly a blatant mockery. The referee looked at the situation and announced, "Winner, Su Yu!" He had used his abilities to declare victory, successfully taking back Qin Xianer. From now on, Chao Xian and Qin Xianer had nothing to do with each other. The remnants of Su Rong's influence had been completely removed. The second elder nodded. Su Yu had hidden many tricks up his sleeves. It was truly surprising. Chao Xian did not feel wrong to be defeated by Su Yu. The 10th elder's face was gloomy. He had been completely defeated in a battle that he had been confident of winning. Losing Qin Xianer's talent was a small matter, but losing face was a big deal. A Dragon Realm warrior who had retained his techniques and battle experience had been defeated by someone of the same level. In fact, if he did not have the constitution of the Dragon Realm, he would have lost his life. The 10th elder's face turned green and red. Li Guang, you're already dead, yet you left a disciple behind. Are you trying to embarrass me? This battle had come to an end. No matter how much power Chao Xian displayed, he was completely restrained by Su Yu. Su Yu suppressed him from the beginning to the end. Coldly glancing at Chao Xian, Su Yu turned around and walked down the training grounds. His heart was empty and relaxed. He could finally be with Xian. What are you doing? However, at this moment, the referee let out a furious roar. Soon after, a sharp sound of something tearing through the air rang in Su Yu's ears. A wisp of terrifying aura that was rapidly rising was like an overturning of the seas and rivers. It was as if a giant prehistoric monster was about to devour Suyu, a life and death crisis that made Suyu's hair stand on end suddenly welled up in his heart. Behind him, Chao Xian's eyes flickered with intense killing intent. "What are you? You think you can beat me? Die!" With a ferocious roar, Chao Xian broke the rules and broke the cultivation level restriction on the spot, charging toward Suyu to kill him. Suyu turned around abruptly, his heart thumping wildly. The shadow of death shrouded him in an instant. A shred of ice-cold light returned to his eyes, accompanied by an intense killing intent. "If you can't afford to lose, then don't fight. I'll kill you." Chao Xian was furious. He was not willing to lose, especially to an ant that he had once looked down on. "Humph! If that's the case, then don't blame me." Suyu pointed at his eyes, removing two thin veils, one red and one purple, a pair of eyes that were different from normal people's, like the eyes of a deity, were revealed to the world. "Who do you think you are? If I want you dead, I can." His words came to an abrupt end as Suyu's purple left eyes shone brightly. Seal of time. With a low grunt, Suyu controlled time with a glance, freezing Chao Xian's body on the spot. Chao Xian's consciousness was still present, but his body was no longer under Chao Xian's control. Chao Xian's recovering cultivation level suddenly stopped. His vicious sneak attack abruptly stopped. His entire body leaned forward as if it was inertia, but it only lasted for a moment before he regained his freedom. A shocked expression appeared on Chao Xian's face. Without thinking, he immediately retreated, maintaining his distance. That purple left eye was too strange, causing his body to feel as if it had fallen into a space-time turbulence, rendering him unable to move. Thus, he wisely retreated, waiting for his cultivation level to recover to the dragon realm before killing Suyu with a flick of his finger. What made Chao Xian even more grateful for his wise decision was that, at the moment he froze, Suyu had formed a long spear burning with raging flames in his palm. There were emerald green flames of ice, and there were also deep purple flames of thunder and fire, one purple and one green, one thunder and one ice, fused to form a 3-zhang long spear. The aura of destruction, the terrifying energy that made one's skin crawl, far surpassed the giant purple lotus from before. Its threat was enough to seriously injure Chao Xian, who had the constitution of the dragon realm, or even kill him. Chao Xian's scalp felt numb, and he was overwhelmed with shock. Half divine grade, holy decree. The holy decree was usually cultivated to saint, grade top class, and it was difficult to progress any further. It was the same for the dragon realm. Most people would give up after entering the holy king level and gaining control of powerful spirit energy. The realm after the saint grade was extremely difficult to comprehend. Without luck and a heaven-defying level of comprehension, it was extremely difficult to succeed. But Suyu had actually comprehended it to the frightening level of half-divine grade. The second elder and the 10th elder were on their way to stop Suyu, but Suyu suddenly released his trump card, half-divine grade holy decree. The half-divine grade holy decree that could only be comprehended after years of comprehension was displayed by Suyu, a 14-year-old youth. "Stop!" The 10th elder's eyelids twitched. This move was enough to threaten Chao Xian. Suyu turned a deaf ear to him, holding the long spear in his hand, throwing it toward Chao Xian. The long spear, formed from the fusion of the azure purple flames, emitted a terrifying destructive energy. The raging flames of ice and the raging flames of thunder fused into one. They turned into a long spear, piercing through Chao Xian. Chao Xian's scalp went numb, and he retreated with a grave expression. As the distance was too far, Chao Xian had enough time to dodge. After confirming that he could safely retreat, a sneer appeared on his lips as he commented mockingly, "Humph, the power is still passable." It's a pity that the one who used it is an insignificant ant. What can he do to me? What can I do to you? Su Yu's wine red right, I suddenly released a blinding light. Space ruler. Wherever the wine red light passed, Su Yu was the ruler of all space. A layer of space energy suddenly appeared beside Chao Xian. In his confusion and panic, his figure was forcefully teleported. Creak! When he reappeared, he was forcefully teleported 10 feet in front of the long spear. That speed that was as fast as light only gave Chao Xian an instant to scream. Heavenly punishment of ice and thunder. With a low roar, the divine punishment spear formed from the fusion of ice, thunder, and flames pierced through Chao Xian's body. Rumble! A sound that was far louder than the giant purple lotus shook the entire law enforcement tribunal. Everyone in the Lucian faction, including the inner sanctum and outer sanctum, were shocked by this terrifying sound that shook the heavens. The sound that covered the sky was like a solid substance, sending the roof of the law enforcement tribunal flying. Several disciples were even swept away by the raging waves of energy. Billowing dust surged like waves of energy, shaking all directions. The shocking scene caused everyone to gasp. Was this still the attack of a second-level Holy King? No. Even a third-level Holy King's attack was far from this powerful. When the dust dissipated, everyone looked over, shocked beyond words. The walls of the training grounds were in a mess, cracks spreading, on the verge of collapsing. A youth covered in blood, his clothes torn to shreds, was nailed to the wall alive. A dim purple spear of raging flames pierced through his abdomen, nailing him to the wall. The raging flames of ice and the raging flames of thunder continuously seeped into his body, destroying his vitality. This person was Chao Xian. Not a single part of his body was unscathed, his flesh a mess. His abdomen had a large bloody hole. His breath was weak, his eyes blurred, his head drooping, barely maintaining his consciousness. He had been defeated again. From the beginning of the battle, he had been ruthlessly crushed by Su Yu. He had flames, so Su Yu used the raging flames of ice to crush him. He had stage 1 top class, so Su Yu used the purple star thunderbolt to crush him. He had broken through the suppression of his cultivation level in an attempt to kill Su Yu. So Su Yu used his trump card to crush him again. From the beginning to the end, Su Yu was like a dog, torturing him from head to toe. His dignity and arrogance were completely trampled on. He did not even leave the slightest injury for Su Yu. The disparity between before and after had caused Chao Xian to suffer a crushing defeat. The unprecedented humiliation turned into a deep hatred. He lifted his head abruptly, his eyes filled with hatred as he grinned. Su Yu, do you think you've won? Do you think you can snatch your woman back just because you've defeated me? Chao Xian's words had shaken his wound, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. This made him look even more ferocious. Coincidentally, there's only 1 day left. I suggest you go back and check on your fiancée's condition. If you want to save her, obediently send her to my bed. Chao Xian grinned, as if he had grasped Su Yu's lifeline. It was as if he was the final winner. Whoosh! A swift sound of wind could be heard. Su Yu's figure descended, ignoring Chao Xian's crazy words. Su Yu ruthlessly pointed a finger at Chao Xian's chest. Su Yu had taken advantage of Chao Xian's injuries to take his life. Junior, that's enough. A low, angry roar came from behind Su Yu. Su Yu's body trembled. The blood and spirit energy in his body were not flowing smoothly. He swayed and fell to the ground. The 10th elder flashed over, pulling Chao Xian down from the wall. After checking his injuries, his face was filled with murderous intent. Not only was Chao Xian's flesh a bloody mess, his bones were all broken, and his internal energy channels were all shattered. There was also a cold and thunderbolt energy crazily destroying his body. Even though he was not dead, he was half crippled. To fully recover, he would need at least half a year. At such a young age, you are so ruthless, injuring a fellow disciple. I cannot let you live. The 10th elder's eyes narrowed, his murderous intent apparent. Whoosh! But at this moment, a beautiful figure stood in front of Suyu. Her ugly face was filled with murderous intent. Why, do you want to be unreasonable? She said coldly. Chao Xian violated the rules, breaking through the restrictions on his cultivation level and launching a sneak attack. He deserves to die. Since he is not completely dead, I will be kind and send him off. Who could compare to her in terms of being unreasonable? Rumble. The 2nd elder attacked without hesitation, killing Chao Xian with one finger. The 10th elder's expression changed. He immediately carried Chao Xian and left. It was only when he reached the entrance of the law enforcement tribunal that he was furious. Fine. Even if Suyu wins this battle, I will let bygones be bygones. He was really worried that the 2nd elder would go crazy and kill Chao Xian, forcing him to suffer this loss. Chao Xian endured the extreme pain, gritting his teeth. Suyu, just wait and see. You will beg me to sleep with your woman, haha. His voice gradually faded into the distance, until there was no more sound. Suyu's gaze turned cold. The icy divine wings on his back flickered, and he dashed out. The 2nd elder's ghostly face turned fierce. Do you want to chase and die? No. It's Xiener. Suyu had a bad feeling about this. Did Chao Xian do something to Xiener? Could it be some kind of poison that could not be cured? To the extent that she was certain that Suyu would beg him to sleep with Xiener in order to save her life? Chapter 135. 2nd Elder's Courtyard. Suyu spread his icy divine wings, flickering like a light shadow. When he arrived at the courtyard, there was no sign of Xiener. The ominous feeling in his heart grew even stronger. Whoosh! Flying back to the room, he saw Xiener still lying on the bed, snoring loudly. Her delicate body was curled up like a kitten, and her expression was adorable. Suyu heaved a long sigh of relief. Xiener walked up to her and pinched her cheeks lovingly. However, just as his fingers were about to touch it, "Stop! Don't touch her!" A hoarse reprimand came from behind. Surprisingly, the 2nd elder had rushed over. He hurriedly glanced at Qin Xiener, and his pale eyes changed from calm to serious. Suyu's finger stopped abruptly, puzzled. Zhang Xian turned his head around, and an ominous feeling welled up in his heart. As the supreme elder of the sect, how could he be simple to make her so solemn? 2nd elder, what did Chao Xian mean? Suyu's heart tightened, as if it had been grabbed by an invisible hand. The 2nd elder walked over and stared at the sleeping Xiener for a moment before sighing. As expected, after he finished speaking, he waved his sleeves, and a layer of snow-like moonlight poured down from his sleeves. It was like a light veil, and it covered Xiener's delicate body. Under the moonlight, a layer of faint black fog appeared around Xiener. The black mist condensed into the shape of a phoenix and wrapped around Xiener. The 2nd elder looked at Suyu sympathetically and sighed. The black fog phoenix is a phoenix of death. It is difficult to see it with the naked eye. It can only appear under special circumstances. The phoenix of death? Suyu had an intense feeling that something was amiss. The phoenix of death is relative to those who possess the phoenix bloodline. Possessing the phoenix bloodline does not mean that one can use the power of the bloodline to their heart's content to cultivate, because 30% of people have the phoenix bloodline in a dormant state. The phoenix bloodline in its dormant state is harmless to the body, but there is a portion of people with the phoenix bloodline that is dormant. As they grow older, it will gradually dry up and become a dead bloodline. This kind of phoenix bloodline is called the phoenix of death. This is how it is. Phoenix of death? Suyu suddenly recalled that this morning, when he peeked at the 9 phoenix mark on Xiener's neck, there was a faintly discernible layer of black fog flickering. At that time, he did not pay much attention to it, but Who would have thought that it was the sign of the Phoenix of Death? Su Yu was nervous. How does the Phoenix of Death affect the body? Influence? Not really. The second elder shook his head, but his tone suddenly changed. Indeed, there is no effect on the body, but that is because the bloodline is completely exhausted. When the Phoenix of Death completely descends, the host will die immediately. This sort of thing has happened several times in the sect, said the second elder seriously. The ancient records have also mentioned it many times. Once the Phoenix of Death descends, the host will die and no one can save them. Su Yu staggered, his eyes glazed over. Direct death. How could this be? Why is Chao Xian so confident that he can save Xian? A trace of pity appeared in his eyes. That's because Chao Xian has a special fire-yang physique. If he marries with Qin Xianer, he can use his fire-yang physique to inject fire-yang qi into Xianer's phoenix bloodline. This way, Xianer's phoenix bloodline can survive and gradually awaken, completely solving the Phoenix of Death crisis. So you have two choices. First, watch Xian or die. Secondly, give her to Chao Xian. Through multiple sexual intercourse, perhaps Xian can still be saved. The second elder could not help but feel sad for Su Yu. He had clearly gone through many trials and tribulations to finally snatch Qin, Xianer, back from Chao Xian. But his fate was to send his woman back to Chao Xian's bed. Furthermore, it was as Chao Xian had said. Unless Su Yu begged her, Chao Xian might not be willing to save Qin Xianer. It all depended on Su Yu's choice. Would he monopolize Qin Xianer and cause her to gradually die, or would he reluctantly part with her for the sake of her life? No matter what choice he made, it would be extremely cruel to Su Yu. Su Yu's body trembled. Why was it like this? Either Xian dies, or she is sent to be defiled by Chao Xian. Su Yu's chest felt like it was burning with a raging flame. He was unwilling even if he died. Could it be that other than the fire-yang energy, there is no other way to continue the Phoenix bloodline? Su Yu did not believe it. The second elder sighed, lightly shaking her head. Other than that, there is no other way. Wait! The second elder suddenly thought of something, her eyes dimming. It is not that there is no other way, but it is as good as nothing. Su Yu was like a drowning man who had suddenly found a life-saving straw. His eyes shone with a terrifying light. Even forgetting his status, he pounced forward and grabbed the second elder's hand, forcefully shaking it. What method? Say it! Say it quickly! I can definitely do it. The second elder was caught off guard, shocked by Su Yu's crazed attitude. Looking at Su Yu's extremely bright light, the second elder's heart was moved. Was Su Yu's love so deep? The method is simple. Find the blood of the phoenix. The second elder said, the Phoenix of Death descends because the phoenix bloodline is exhausted. If you can find the blood of the phoenix and infuse it into your body, not only will the exhausted phoenix bloodline recover, it will also completely awaken and become unprecedentedly powerful. Blood of the phoenix? Where can I find it? Su Yu was extremely excited. The second elder sighed. This is why it is as good as nothing. The phoenix is a real spirit of the world, rarely seen even once in 100 years. Where can I find the blood of the phoenix? I have flipped through many ancient books of the faction. The last time the blood of the phoenix appeared was 300 years ago. It was obtained by a strong martial artist of the dragon realm and refined into a phoenix blood elixir, the second elder said. Su Yu's heart felt as if it had been splashed with ice water, but he refused to give up. Where is that senior of the dragon realm? Has he consumed the elixir? The second elder looked at Su Yu with sympathy. He has gone missing. Back then, he was one of the 4 great core disciples of the faction. He went missing while training in the ancient Xianyun Temple. Where is the ancient Xianyun Temple? I will go look for it immediately. Su Yu was anxious. You can't go. The second elder sighed and shook her head. The ancient Xianyun Temple is an ancient divine temple floating in the clouds, drifting everywhere. It appears once every 5 years and descends within the territory of the Lucian faction. According to the time, it will descend in 3 months. 3 months? Su Yu hurriedly said. According to Sienner's condition, how long can she last? The second elder looked at Qin Sienner and confidently said a number. 1/2 a year. 1/2 a year. 1/2 a year is enough. Since the ancient Xianyun Temple has descended in our faction, why can't I go? Su Yu asked. Because the number of people who can enter is limited, only 20. The top 20 will be chosen according to the faction's ranking. With your current abilities, do you think you can enter the top 20 of the faction? The second elder asked. These words were like cold water, causing Su Yu's limbs to turn cold. His cultivation base was at level 2 peak, but his overall abilities were at level 3 peak. But in the faction's ranking, not to mention the top 20, even the top 100 would be in danger. With such abilities, it was impossible for him to enter the ancient Xianyun Temple. Furthermore, even if you fight your way into the top 20, you will not be qualified to enter. The second elder sighed and added. Su Yu's chest tightened. Why? Because those who enter must be people who are loyal to the faction. I might be able to speak up for you if you repeatedly break the faction's rules. But you have only been in the faction for a short period of time and have not made any contributions to the faction. Your loyalty needs to be tested. The ancient Xianyun Temple is an extremely valuable training ground. Those who go through the training will usually improve by leaps and bounds. The faction will not give such an opportunity to someone who is untrustworthy. That was indeed the case. If an unscrupulous person coveted the ancient Xianyun Temple and entered the top 20 of the Lucian faction, after that he would betray the Lucian faction. Wouldn't that be a huge loss? This had happened before in the history of the Lucian faction. Hence, unless it was an old disciple of the faction or someone who had made great contributions to the faction, no one could enter. Then how can I prove my loyalty? Should I offer all my legacy-level techniques to the faction? For Sienner, so you would not be stingy. But the second elder shook her head. I'm afraid that even if you offer yourself to the faction, it would be difficult to prove your loyalty in a short period of time. At this moment, even with Su Yu's unyielding will, he was in deep despair. There was a huge mountain in front of him to enter the top 20, and an even more insurmountable mountain of loyalty. Even if he met both criteria and entered the ancient Xianyun Temple, finding the missing core disciple 300 years ago, who could guarantee that he did not consume the phoenix blood elixir that could save Sienner's life. But the despair only lasted for a moment. Su Yu did not believe it. It was not that he had not experienced desperate situations before, but the one in front of him was even more desperate. As long as there was a shred of hope, Su Yu would never give up. Second elder, please tell me, when will the fight to enter the ancient Xianyun Temple begin? Also, how can I quickly gain the recognition of the faction's loyalty? Su Yu bowed. The second elder's ugly expression changed slightly. Even after knowing such a despairing truth, his determination still did not waver. At this moment, the second elder could not help but want to personally help Su Yu find the phoenix blood elixir. Unfortunately, the ancient Xianyun Temple had a cultivation level restriction, and she could not enter. 3 months later, the faction will hold the Xianyun contest. The top 20 will be qualified to enter, but the registration period will end within this month. The minimum cultivation level for the registration is 4th level Holy King. You are still a 2nd level peak Holy King. Your cultivation level is far from enough. If possible, I advise you to give up. Unexpectedly, Su Yu was resolute. No need. I must break through to 4th level Holy King within this month. Su Yu had to register for the Xianyun contest at all costs. He had to break through to 4th level Holy King within a month. All right. The second elder took a light breath. Su Yu's stubbornness made it difficult for her to adapt. As for how to gain the recognition of the faction's loyalty, the only way you can try is to participate in the difficult missions issued by the faction. Carry out important missions for the faction and gain the faction's trust. This is probably your only way. Even though the chances are slim, you might not be able to gain the faction's recognition even if you die. I still have to try. Su Yu clenched his teeth, unwilling to admit defeat. How could he let Chao Xian trample on Xian'er? Xian'er was someone he had sworn to protect. All right, work hard to break through to 4th level Holy King within a month and obtain the right to register. At the same time, fight for the recognition of the faction. But I cannot help you, cough cough. Before the second elder could finish her sentence, she coughed violently and a trace of dark, red blood sprayed out. Master, Mo Wu, who was waiting outside, hurriedly came in and supported the second elder. A pair of cold, beautiful eyes stared at Su Yu fiercely, filled with deep resentment. She meant that it was Su Yu who harmed her master. No matter. The second elder wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and carried the sleeping Xian'er. She said to Su Yu, I need to recuperate and will be in seclusion for 3 months. Hence, I cannot help you. As for Qin Xian'er, I will help you bring her into the secret chamber. If anything happens to her, I will be able to act in time. Thank you, second elder. I, Su Yu, will repay this kindness 100 times over in the future. Su Yu bowed deeply and sincerely thanked the second elder. The second elder had helped him a lot. Lightly waving her hands, the second elder carried Qin Xian'er and left. Before she left, she reminded Su Yu, Take care. Chapter 136. The news of the fight at the Law Enforcement Tribunal had spread throughout the inner sanctum. Su Yu had risen from the Fallen Star contest in the outer sanctum to the inner sanctum, wreaking havoc at Chao Xian's wedding, then battling Chao Xian at the Law Enforcement Tribunal. Chao Xian, one of the 4 great core disciples, had suppressed his cultivation level, but had been completely suppressed by a new disciple. It was said that after Chao Xian lost, he had broken through the suppression of his cultivation level and launched a sneak attack. In the end, he had been half crippled by the abnormally strong new disciple. If not for his teacher, the 10th elder, intervening, he would have been killed by the new disciple. The shock of the news was no less than an earthquake, quickly becoming the laughingstock of the inner sanctum. Chao Xian became a laughingstock, especially when his sneak attack had failed and he had been beaten half to death. In the courtyard, in the secluded villa of the core disciples, Chao Xian lay on a chair, his body wrapped in thick bandages. Junior Yuan Hu and his good friend Li Hao stood around him, hearing that the 2 of them had received news from the outside world. Chao Xian's face was as gloomy as dripping water. Yuan, who grunted angrily, Senior Chao, I'll teach those gossips a lesson on your behalf. Unexpectedly, Chao Xian had a gloomy expression. Haven't I embarrassed myself enough? The rumors were already bad for Chao Xian's reputation. Yuan, who had been ordered to beat someone up, wouldn't he be criticized even more? Yuan, who shrunk his neck, knowing that his flattery had gone awry. He retreated to the side. On the other hand, Li Hao was clever. He rolled his eyes and let out a warm smile, comforting Chao Xian. Do you think we don't know how strong Senior Chao is? If not for the suppression of his cultivation level, he could have killed Su Yu with a thought. The gossips in the outside world are mostly people who are jealous of Senior Chao Xian and rejoice in his misfortune. It would be beneath Senior Chao's status to lower yourself to their level. These words struck a chord in Chao Xian's heart, making him feel better. He grunted, I can't be bothered to deal with that bunch of trash. But Su Yu humph. Chao Xian's expression turned gloomy again. He was sure that Su Yu would send Qin Xian'er to sleep with him, but if he did not vent his anger, he would not be able to eat or sleep in peace. Yuan Hu, you can leave, Chao Xian suddenly ordered calmly. Yuan, who didn't dare to disobey, and immediately left. At this moment, Chao Xian looked around cautiously, then said to Li Hao, Junior Li, it is inconvenient for me to move around. Can I trouble you to help me make Suyu look bad? Li Hao's gaze shifted, and his expression became stern. Without the slightest hesitation, he nodded and said, Senior brother, Chao doesn't say anything, and junior brother has the same intention. Let's find someone to challenge him and teach him a lesson. Challenge. Chao Xian shook his head coldly. In the same realm, he rarely has a worthy opponent. Challenging him at the same realm is only fueling his arrogance. However, it's against the sex rules for someone of a higher level to challenge someone of a lower level, so it's useless to challenge him. I will listen to Senior Brother Chao's instructions. Li Hao obeyed. Chao Xian pondered for a moment, then took out a bottle of pink elixirs coldly. This is an extremely high-grade underworld dream powder. After drinking it, even a dragon realm would find it hard to suppress its medicinal effects. Find a good-looking and obedient female disciple, and you know what to do next. Serene dream powder. Li Hao took a light breath. This was an extremely high-grade, hallucinogenic drug. After taking it, one's qi and blood would boil and their desires would burn. Not to mention a woman. Even if it was a sow, it would be hard for him to endure it. Furthermore, it was difficult to suppress one's cultivation level. Even a dragon realm cultivator would lose himself. Senior Brother Chao means to frame Suyu for raping a female disciple? Li Hao's eyes flashed. Chao Xian grunted. It's good that you understand. Use my name to find a few disciples from the Law Enforcement Tribunal to stand guard outside Suyu's door. How ruthless! Committing a crime was punishable by death in the Lucian faction. However, Suyu is rumored to have an affair with his fiancée, Yunyan. Li Hao naturally would not sympathize with him. After Li Hao left, Chao Xian's eyes flashed with a hint of mockery. Suyu, you stubborn fellow, I'll let you try. He did not think that he would be able to kill Suyu by framing him once. At the wedding, Suyu had killed Su Rong in front of everyone, but the second elder had defended him. What more rape that was full of loopholes? With just a look from the second elder, the lying female disciple would have exposed the mastermind Li Hao. Chao Xian's goal was only to teach Suyu a lesson and embarrass him. He did not expect Suyu to be punished. As for Li Hao's fate after he was exposed, Chao Xian could not be bothered to ask. Chao Xian could easily find a bunch of disciples like Li Hao who wanted to curry favor with the second elder. Losing one or two did not matter. As for Li Hao's complaints, would he dare? Little did he know that after leaving Chao Xian's courtyard, Li Hao held the pink jade bottle in his hand, a mocking smile on his face. Chao Xian, oh Chao Xian, even though your abilities are high in terms of scheming, can you compare to me who grew up in the royal family? You want to use me to offend the second elder? Do you really think I'm an idiot? Li Hao's eyes were sharp, easily seeing through Chao Xian's intentions. With a flash of his eyes, Li Hao went to the outer sanctum to find Yunyan. Why are you looking for me? Have you obtained the fire dragon mantra? Yunyan was a little anxious. Her family had sent news that another important client had been roped in by the Tai family. She urgently needed to comprehend a fire-based technique to craft weapons for her family and save her family from a crisis. Li Hao laughed. Haha, of course I have it. I have already applied for leave from the External Affairs Division. I will return to the secular world with you tomorrow to complete the marriage. Anticipation and passion filled Li Hao's eyes. Yunyan possessed a beauty that could topple nations, a seductive body, and a noble and elegant temperament. Most importantly, she possessed the bloodline of the Fire Lotus. If he could copulate with her and absorb the power of the Fire Lotus, he would be able to break through the bottleneck of 4th level peak Holy King and become a 5th level Holy King. Feeling the hidden glint in Li Hao's eyes, Yunyan felt uneasy. Upon hearing about the marriage, her delicate body trembled. Her heart was filled with bitterness. What was to come would still come. All right, tomorrow I will return to the secular world with you and complete the marriage. Yun Yan's chest felt stuffy, as if something was blocking it. However, Li Hao's eyes flashed. But before we return, Yun Yan, you have to do something for me. Something only you can do. Yun Yan looked up, slightly surprised. Within the faction, was there anything she could do that an inner sanctum disciple like Li Hao could not? This is the underworld dream powder. Treat Suyu and Qin Xianer to a drink tonight. Sprinkle this in their wine and let the two of them consummate tonight. Once the deed is done, send me a message and I will show myself with the disciples of the Law Enforcement Tribunal. Li Hao did not hide his intentions. Yun Yan was shocked. What? You want to frame Suyu? I will not agree. Suyu had saved her life. How could she repay his kindness with enmity? Haha, if you do not want the fire dragon mantra, then don't agree. Li Hao's eyes narrowed. Yun Yan was slightly angry. You are despicable. Just say it. Do you agree or not? Li Hao's expression was calm, as if he had Yun Yan in his grasp. Biting her red lips, Yun Yan hesitated for a moment before nodding. All right, I agree. Taking the underworld dream powder, Yun Yan's expression was complicated. This is a communication pendant. After crushing it, it will emit a strong light. When the time comes, I will rush in and catch him and Qin Xianer. Li Hao handed over a fiery red jade pendant. In his heart, Li Hao let out a cold smile. I wonder if Chao Xian would fly into a rage and find trouble with Suyu if he found out that Suyu had an affair with Qin Xianer and had touched the woman he had set his heart on? You want to use me, Li Hao? Why don't I use you to deal with Suyu? It would be best if you could help me deal with Suyu, saving me the trouble of having to do it myself. Li Hao laughed sinisterly. He would not allow anyone to be involved with his fiancée, even if it was just a rumor. Yun Yan grabbed the jade pendant, hesitating. Suyu is a cautious person. What if he suspects something and refuses to drink? Then you drink it yourself. Li Hao was prepared, taking out a wine pot. It looked normal, no different from the wine pots given out by the faction. This is called the Yin-Yang wine pot. It looks normal, but the mechanism is within the lid. Hide the powder in the lid. When the lid is turned to the left, the powder will spill out. When it is turned to the right, the powder will not spill out. When you pour for them, turn the lid to the left, making them drink the underworld dream powder at the same time. When you pour for yourself, remember to turn the lid to the right. Li Hao reminded. Yun Yan bit her lips, hesitating to accept. All right, get ready. I will lure Suyu and Qin Xianer over. Once we are done, the wedding night will be the day I teach you the fire dragon mantra. Li Hao smiled. Nodding her head, Yun Yan walked away. Back in the house, Yun Yan took out 3 items, the underworld dream powder, the jade pendant, and the yin-yang armor. Her eyes were cold, despicable. Even if I, Yun Yan, coveted a cultivation technique, I would not harm anyone, much less my savior. Creak! She threw the 3 items into the cupboard in the bedroom. These items were sensitive and should not be thrown away. I will tell Suyu about this, and let him be careful. Yun Yan's eyes were filled with determination. In the courtyard of the inner sanctum, Suyu was racking his brains, making a detailed plan for his training for the next month. Suddenly, he received an envelope from Mo Wu, Yun Yan's invitation. I have overestimated you. You were so deeply in love just now, and now you have an invitation. Mo Wu laughed coldly. Yun Yan, Suyu suddenly stood up, slapping his head, feeling apologetic. Before the Fallen Star contest, Suyu had repeatedly reminded her not to leave after the contest. He had a gift, the 5 dragon blaze, which he had obtained from the silver-robed guards of the Empire of Darkness. Recently, his heart had been filled with thoughts of Xianer. If not for this letter, he would have almost forgotten about Yun Yan. Without hesitation, Suyu headed to the inner sanctum, entering Yun Yan's house. When he knocked on the door, Yun Yan was dressing up in her bedroom. She could not open the door in time and could only reply apologetically, "Junior, Sue, come in. Please wait in the living room. I'll be right out." Sue Yu calmly entered, closing the door behind him and taking out the 5 dragon blaze. Seeing that Yun Yan had yet to appear, he began to flip through it. There were 2 levels to the top-notch legacy level technique, and it was considered a well-preserved remnant. Sue Yu had personally experienced its power. It was extremely powerful, even comparable to Chao Xian's 6 fingers of destruction. Yun Yan finished dressing up and lifted the curtains. When she looked up, she suddenly saw the scripture in Sue Yu's hands. She was behind Sue Yu not far away and could see it clearly. As Sue Yu flipped through the scripture, he was so focused that he did not know that Yun Yan was watching from behind. 5 Dragon Blaze, a top-notch legacy-level technique with 2 levels. Yun Yan's heart was in turmoil. This was a fire-based legacy-level technique that she desperately needed. But regardless of grade or completeness, it far surpassed the Fire Dragon Mantra. If she could cultivate this technique, then her family's crafting. Yun Yan froze on the spot, unable to move her feet. She even had the desire to ask Sue Yu to take a look. But how rare was a legacy-level technique? For a Fire Dragon Mantra, she had not hesitated to marry a despicable person. Not one of the 100 vassal clans possessed it. Its value was indescribable. Sue Yu was not familiar with her. Why would he lend it to her? But she knew that if she missed this chance, she might never encounter such a precious and suitable technique in her lifetime. She struggled for a moment, then clenched her teeth and returned to the house. Her hands trembled as she pulled open the cupboard. She took out the obscure dream potion, thinking to herself, if Sue Yu falls into a burning state and then falsely accuse him of trying to take advantage of me, he should hand over the 5 Dragon Blaze to me, right? But wouldn't that be too despicable? Yun Yan struggled internally. The 5 Dragon Blaze had left a deep impression on her. If she had this technique, she could ignore Li Hao and completely break free from the shackles of her marriage. Her family's crisis could also be resolved in a few short years, and her family would rise to the next level. Fate only comes once. I need to grasp it. If Sue Yu accepts the threat, that would be great, but if he doesn't, sigh, I can't bring myself to harm him. Yun Yan smiled bitterly. She could only scare Sue Yu. If Sue Yu refused to hand it over, she would not really harm him. Yun Yan took out the yin yang wine gourd and placed the wine and obscure dream potion in it, then hurried back to the living room. Because she was in a hurry, she did not notice that there was an identical wine gourd in the cupboard, quietly lying in the cupboard. The lid of the wine glowed eerily. If she had not panicked, she might have realized that this was the real yin yang wine gourd. Chapter 137. Sue Yu continued to calmly read the 5 Dragon Blaze in the living room. Yun Yan bit her lips, her footsteps light. Sue Yu put down the scroll, tilting his head to look. It was Yun Yan who had finished dressing up. She wore a light pink gown with a white muslin on the outside, revealing her beautiful neck and collarbone. Her hair was tied up with a ribbon, a butterfly teacup in her hair, a strand of hair hanging in front of her chest. Her plump and perky breasts protruded from her chest, giving off a soul-stirring feeling of smoothness. Her waist was like a willow, delicate and pitiful. Her beautiful face was covered with a thin layer of makeup, and her cheeks were faintly blushing, as delicate as the petals of a flower. She really looked like a peach blossom. She was elegant and noble, her beauty inviolable. Sue Yu, congratulations on getting Sienna back. Yun Yan sat down, her beautiful eyes filled with deep admiration. News of Sue Yu wreaking havoc at the wedding and fighting Chao Xian had leaked from the outer sanctum. Yun Yan was well informed and had long known. Within the faction, she probably understood how Sue Yu had gotten to where he was today. Along the way, he had created many miracles, broken through many desperate situations, and left behind many legends. In the outer sanctum, Suyu was already a legendary figure that everyone chased after, and he was the goal of many people. In particular, the unyielding cry of, "If the heavens forsake me, I'd rather become a demon," in the midst of despair became a motto that was engraved in the hearts of countless outer court disciples. In the outer sanctum, Suyu was a legend that could never be surpassed. As someone who had personally witnessed his growth, Yunyan felt honored. Get Sienna back? Suyu's expression was a little bleak. She had only gotten half of Sienna back. There was still the other half that she had yet to get back. Thank you. Suyu forced a smile. After a moment, Yunyan clenched her fists, her heart wavering. The more she understood, the more Yunyan admired and respected Suyu. In her heart, she longed to continue being friends with him. Today, if she gave him the menu powder, regardless of whether Suyu accepted the threat and handed over the 5-dragon blaze, an irreparable rift would form between her and Suyu. How could there be trust in a friendship that was tainted with threats? But when she saw the 5-dragon blaze that Suyu had casually placed on the table, Yunyan's heart ached. On one hand, she wanted to cherish their friendship. On the other hand, she wanted to protect her family and her freedom to marry. In the end, how should he choose? At this moment, Suyu picked up the 5-dragon blaze with a gloomy expression. Yunyan, you will be leaving tomorrow. Seeing Suyu pick up the 5-dragon blaze, intending to leave, Yunyan panicked. Gritting her teeth, Yunyan smiled and said, "Leaving so soon? We haven't drunk the wine yet." Suyu's heart was filled with thoughts about Sienna, as well as his cultivation breakthrough, which he had no clue about. So, how could he be in the mood to drink wine? Forget about the wine, Su, you wanted to hand over the 5-dragon blaze. However, he was interrupted by a flustered Yunyan. How can that be? Tomorrow I will leave the sect. Perhaps it will be difficult for us to meet again in the future. If I don't have a drink with you, I won't have another chance. As she spoke, Yunyan hurriedly poured more wine. Without leaving a trace, he pinched the lid and gently twisted it to the right. This way, the Serenity Dream powder wouldn't spill out, and the wine would be safe. After that, he turned to the right and poured a cup for Suyu. The cup was filled with wine that contained the Underworld Dream powder. Hearing Yunyan's parting words, Suyu's heart ached. He sighed and took the wine from Yunyan. However, just as he was about to taste it, he realized that the wine was slightly pink. Yunyan's heart skipped a beat. She tried to cover it up. This is the peach blossom wine brewed by the Yun family. There is a hint of peach in it. After saying this, Yunyan indicated that there was no poison in the wine and downed it in one gulp. As such, Suyu dispelled his doubts and downed the wine. Noticing this scene from the corner of her eyes, Yunyan was nervous. She did not feel relaxed. Instead, she felt heavy and uncomfortable. She had finally taken a step forward. For the 5-dragon blaze, she had given up on her friendship with Suyu. At this moment, Yunyan suddenly felt how despicable she was. How different was she from Li Hao, using underhanded means to coerce others, but thinking back to her family situation, Yunyan felt bitter. She had to get her hands on the 5-dragon blaze. When Suyu's effects took effect, she would use his drunken behavior as a threat to obtain the precious 5-dragon blaze. All right, I have finished the wine. You will leave the faction tomorrow. I have just entered the faction and do not have anything on me. I can only give you this. I hope it will be of use to you. Suyu handed the 5-dragon blaze to her with a smile. Boom! It was as if a bolt of lightning had struck her brain. Yunyan froze on the spot, unable to believe what she had just heard. After a while, she stammered, "You are giving it to me?" Seeing her flattered expression, Suyu smiled. "I wanted to give it to you during the Fallen Star contest, but there were too many people watching. I have delayed it until today. I am truly sorry." Another bolt of lightning flashed through Yunyan's mind. She suddenly remembered that during the Fallen Star contest, Suyu had said that he would give her an item if she waited for him for a while after the contest. Could it be that the item he mentioned was the 5-dragon blaze? It is a legacy-level technique. Why are you giving it to me? Yunyan's throat seemed to be blocked by something, choking on her words. Su Yu leisurely said, "In the Lucian faction, you are my only friend. You have helped me before. So what's the harm in giving me a legacy-level technique that I find difficult to cultivate? Take it. I hope you will find it useful." Only friend? At this moment, Yunyan's heart trembled violently. She had never felt so touched before. Only friend. Yunyan repeatedly muttered in her heart. Every time she muttered, her heart trembled. Her beautiful eyes became misty. She was touched by the fact that he had treated her as his only friend, touched by his sincerity, touched by the fact that he had not hesitated to pass on a legacy-level technique to her. Su Yu had treated her as his only friend. But what had she done to him? Compared to Su Yu, Yunyan felt that she was ugly and dark. She did not deserve to be friends with Su Yu. "You, what's wrong?" Su Yu was stunned. He stepped forward with concern and patted her shoulder. Meeting Su Yu's clear and concerned gaze, Yunyan bitterly closed her eyes. 2 streams of tears flowed down her cheeks. Whoosh! Yunyan bowed down, tears in her eyes as she knelt on the ground. "Su Yu, I'm sorry." How could Su Yu not have noticed something was amiss? Thinking back to the pink wine, a thought flashed through his mind. Could it be that wine, staring at the kneeling Yunyan, who was crying in regret? Su Yu's eyes flashed with disbelief. Why would such a graceful, noble, kind-hearted lady use such a method on him? After a long time his eyes turned cold. The wine was poisoned? No, I would not poison you. It was the underworld dream powder, a type of aphrodisiac. Yunyan hurriedly said, biting her lips and not defending herself. Not poison wine. Su Yu heaved a sigh of relief, but his gaze towards Yunyan gradually turned cold. Can you tell me why? Yunyan felt guilty and did not hide anything. She told Su Yu everything that Li Hao and herself had planned. Hearing this, Su Yu was speechless. These drugs were originally used by Li Hao to frame Su Yu. Yunyan's original intention was to pretend to accept it, to tell Su Yu about her plot. In the end, Yunyan saw the 5-dragon blaze and changed her mind. If I do not accept your threat, what will you do? Su Yu kept the 5-dragon blaze in his hands slowly. Seeing this, Yunyan felt bitter, but also inexplicably relieved. The 5-dragon blaze was too heavy. She could not accept it. Perhaps it would be better for Su Yu to keep it. She brought this upon herself and deserved it. The 5-dragon blaze, which should have belonged to her, was abandoned by her. She could only return to the mortal world and obediently accept Li Hao's humiliation in exchange for the inferior fire dragon mantra. This was all her own doing. She only had herself to blame. I would not frame you, even if you really did not accept my threats. Yunyan choked. Please believe me one last time. I am despicable, but I would never harm you, Su Yu. Yunyan raised her head, her teary eyes pleading. She no longer hoped that Su Yu would forgive her. She only hoped that she would not be so filthy in his eyes. But what she could not understand was that the 5-dragon blaze reappeared in Su Yu's hands, and he threw it in front of her. A trace of loneliness crept onto his face. Let's part ways here. You're on your own. His friendship with Yunyan was severed. After this incident, there was a rift between the two that could not be healed. It was impossible for them to be as harmonious as before. Su Yu's heart was filled with a trace of loneliness. He had once thought that he still had a kind friend in the faction, but in the face of tempting benefits, Yunyan had still taken that step and abandoned their friendship. He thought back to that day on the vast ocean, heavily injured by a sea beast, sitting alone on an island. Wu Guangyun and Lu Guang looked at each other coldly. Only Yunyan had given him the rejuvenation elixir out of concern. That beautiful and kind figure was a memory that Su Yu had never forgotten. But now, Suyu felt a dull pain in his heart. Yun Yan's heart ached even more, as if she had lost something deep in her heart. The friendship between her and Suyu could no longer be salvaged. "I'm sorry." Regret lingered in her heart, causing her to burst into tears. It was as if she had lost her most cherished toy when she was young. As elegant and noble as she was crying over the loss of a friendship. Suyu was silent, walking away. Sensing that Suyu was about to leave, Yun Yan hurriedly got up and pulled Suyu back. "Don't go out, Li Hao is just outside. You have the Serenity Dream drug on you. Once it takes effect and you meet a female disciple, you won't be able to control yourself, and won't you be caught red-handed by Li Hao?" Suyu calmed his heart and calmly said, "Is there an antidote?" "There is no antidote. Even a Dragon Realm expert would not be able to withstand it." Yun Yan rubbed her red and swollen eyes, ashamed. "You are in the house in my bedroom. I will lock the door. You will be fine after tonight." Suyu was frustrated. This was the second time he had been drugged. Just as he was feeling frustrated, Suyu suddenly felt his body heat up. He was shocked. What a strong drug. It's going to take effect in such a short time. "Quick, lock me in the bedroom." Suyu took advantage of the fact that he was still conscious to seal himself. Even if he was lost, he did not want to hurt Yun Yan. But Yun Yan did not move. Turning his head to look, Yun Yan's face was gradually turning red, her body hot. She could not help but open her collar with her slender fingers, her mouth slightly panting, her face full of confusion and confusion. "Why? I suddenly feel very hot." Whoosh. Suyu grabbed the wine cup that Yun Yan had used, lightly sniffing it, his expression changing. "You used it yourself to lure me into drinking this wine." What? "I clearly used the Inyang wine pot." Yun Yan's teeth were chattering, her heart filled with fear. She had also been drugged with the Serenity Dream drug? Suyu grabbed the wine pot again, lifting the lid, the veins on his forehead throbbing. "How is this the Inyang wine pot? It's just a normal wine pot." You placed the powder in the pot's lid, and the wine that poured out was contaminated with the Serenity Dream drug. Yun Yan sucked in a breath of cold air. Her mind went blank, and she panicked. Suyu was furious. It was one thing for him to be drugged, but at least one person was sober. But even Yun Yan had bewitched him. A sense of foreboding welled up in his heart. What was even worse was that Yun Yan's body was burning, her collar open, subconsciously. Two half-covered round breasts, under the candlelight, released a shocking snow-white glow. With just one look, Suyu's blood boiled, the flames in his abdomen burning, his rationality collapsing. As for Yun Yan, under the rapid effects of the drug, her eyes glazed over, her rationality slowly collapsing. She could not help but undo her clothes. The outer layer of gauze had long fallen to the ground. Her luxurious robe gradually became disheveled, revealing a large patch of snow white. Her jade-like face was flushed red, her breathing becoming more rapid, her delicate breasts panting. Compared to Suyu, it was even harder for her to withstand the frightening effects of the drug. Her beautiful eyes were already occupied by the flames, only maintaining clarity for a moment. But even within that clarity was panic and helplessness. When her beautiful eyes saw Suyu, her delicate body trembled. The flames in her body seemed to have found a place to vent, her rationality collapsing even faster. Finally, she bit her red lips, her rationality completely collapsing. Chapter 138. Suyu pushed her away as soon as she entered his embrace, trying to maintain his last shred of clarity. But how could Suyu, with just his willpower, withstand the effects of the elixir that even a dragon realm could not withstand? Traces of flames were burning in his eyes. The primal instincts deep within his heart were stirring. Rustling sounds came from behind him. Yun Yan was in a daze, tearing at her clothes. The jade belt around her willowy waist fell to the wind, her luxurious dress loosening, revealing a beautiful snowy plain in front of Suyu. Her top was in disarray. A pair of perky and round breasts, like a playful white rabbit, leapt out from under her clothes. Thud, thud. Yunyan's breathing quickened. She pounced on Suyu again in a daze, wrapping her arms around Suyu from behind. A pair of perfect breasts pressed tightly against Suyu's back. Su, you, I want. She let out an intoxicating murmur. Rumble. Suyu, who was struggling to resist, was completely defeated by the intense stimulation from behind and the words, I want. It was as if a spark had come into contact with dry wood, completely ignited. Ah! With a low roar, Suyu lost all sense of reason. His eyes filled with primal instincts. He turned around, picked up Yunyan, and rushed into the bedroom. The sound of clothes tearing, accompanied by Yunyan's pleas and intoxicated moans, reverberated in the small bedroom. A moment later, the burning man's lips kissed deeply, tasting the forbidden fruit between a man and a woman, like a thunderstorm. The soft moans, the panting of enjoyment, and the intoxicated pleasure reverberated in the air. In the end, Suyu pressed this perfect body, which was elegant, noble, and beautiful, and he ravaged her mercilessly. Oh, the beautiful moans of pain and pleasure turned into long notes, announcing the end of her teenage years and the birth of the man who possessed her body. Very soon, the melodious and resonant moans that rose and fell with the ups and downs transformed into a spring music score that rose and fell. It was like waves, each higher than the last, rushing towards the extreme happiness of the soul. In an instant, the panting of a man and the moans of a woman intertwined into a beautiful scene of spring. Far away from the house, in a crack in the rocks, Li Hao's expression was calm. 3 disciples of the law enforcement tribunal behind him. One of them was Chun Xiang, whom Suyu had defeated. Senior Li, 2 hours have passed? Why hasn't the signal been sent out yet? Chun Xiang was a little anxious. Li Hao was immersed in scheming and scheming all year round, so he knew that this matter required patience. He could not be impatient, so he calmly said, There's no rush. Let's wait. Chun Xiang was a little worried. Senior Li, your fiancée Yunyan is on good terms with Suyu. Will she really do as you say? Li Hao's lips curled into a meaningful smile. She has no choice. Controlling the Yun family's lifeline was equivalent to controlling Yunyan. His engagement with Yunyan was the best proof of this. Yunyan knew that the one supporting the Tai family was Li Hao, but she could only lower her head and submit to him. Now that the fire dragon mantra was right in front of her, Yunyan had no reason to disobey. Chun Xiang was slightly relieved. It's just that Senior Li's fiancé has to take such a risk. If Suyu sees through her, injuring her is a small matter, but taking the opportunity to vent his evil thoughts is a big matter. After all, Senior Li's fiancé is beautiful, and her abilities are far from Suyu's. These words caused Li Hao's heart to skip a beat. Then he lightly shook his head and indifferently said, No. Firstly, Suyu and Qin Xianer are both here. How would he dare to act rashly in front of Qin Xianer? Secondly, even if Suyu was poisoned by the phantom dream powder and tried to do something to her, she would have already crushed the jade pendant. Yunyan is pure and would never allow her innocence to be sullied. I understand this very well. There is still no movement. It seems that Yunyan has not found a chance to act. We just have to wait patiently. Li Hao was calm and confident. He had used similar schemes many times in the royal family. He was very familiar with them, and there would not be any accidents. This wait lasted for a full 6 hours. As he waited patiently, the room continued to bloom. Under the effects of the aphrodisiac, the man and woman did not know fatigue. Under the rhythm of moaning and panting, the 2 white bodies seemed to want to fuse into each other, crazily seeking pleasure from each other's bodies. Only when the sky was bright did the effects of the aphrodisiac gradually dissipate. The 2 of them were exhausted, lying on the messy bed, unable to even move a finger. Su Yu was naked, lying on the bed powerlessly. Yun Yan was panting, sweating profusely. She was like a ball of soft mud, lying powerlessly in Su Yu's arms. Her smooth and fragrant body had a few bruises. Her proud breasts, jade neck, and collarbone were blooming with lipstick marks, showing the extreme craziness of the previous night. At this moment, the two of them gradually regained their senses. Su Yu looked up at the ceiling, speechless. The cause of the incident and the craziness of the previous night were absurd. Yun Yan was still panting, her hair wet and her cheeks flushed red. Her clear and beautiful eyes had the shock of waking up, the fear of losing her chastity, the uneasiness of the future, and a memory of the extreme pleasure of the previous night. The only thing she did not feel was the grievance of losing her chastity. In fact, her heart felt much more at ease. She owed Su Yu an irreparable guilt, and today was her repayment. Other than giving her cherished chastity to Su Yu, as well as her fire lotus constitution, Su Yu had successfully broken through from 2nd level peak Holy King to 3rd level Holy King through the craziness of the previous night. Her chastity and the opportunity to break through were her deep compensation. The guilt in her heart had greatly weakened. She did not even know if she should be thankful for the absurdity of the previous night, or else she would regret it for the rest of her life. "Can you forgive me?" Leaning in Su Yu's embrace, Yun Yan's expression was tranquil, but her fists were clenched nervously. Su Yu was stunned for a long time, gently hugging her soft shoulders, sighing, "Since you are already my woman, how can I forgive you? I will take responsibility for you." Their relationship was too sudden, so Yu did not know how to explain it to Xiener. In Xiener's small heart, she only loved him. If another woman appeared, would she be sad? Woman? Responsibility? Deep in Yun Yan's heart, she suddenly felt a sense of sweetness. Most importantly, Su Yu had already forgiven her. Knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. It was Li Hao, his expression ugly. "Yun Yan, open the door!" Yun Yan had been on guard for the entire night, but she had not sent a signal. Could it be that Su Yu and Qin Xiener did not come? Or did Yun Yan dare to betray him and protect Su Yu and Qin Xiener? On the bed, Su Yu felt slightly guilty. In name, Yun Yan was Li Hao's fiancé, but Yun Yan's warm and soft hand held onto Su Yu's hand, her jade-like face revealing a cold expression. "It is time for me to settle things with him." "Come in, I'm in the bedroom," Yun Yan replied coldly. Li Hao froze, then kicked the door open. 3 law enforcement tribunal disciples followed behind him, entering in a line. Since Yun Yan had let them in, she must have already dressed up. Li Hao naturally lifted the curtain, but what he saw was like a million thunderbolts roaring in his mind. Li Hao froze at the door, unable to believe the scene in front of him. His fiancée was wrapped in a thin bedsheet, sitting on the bed with another naked man. The 3 law enforcement tribunal disciples behind him, upon entering the room, were all stunned. Wasn't that Senior Li Hao's fiancée? Why was she on the bed with Su Yu? They were even more acutely aware that even though she was covered by the bedsheet, her shoulders were slightly exposed, the outline of her perfect body clearly telling them that Yun Yan was naked at that moment. The slightly pungent smell in the air, the messy bedsheet, and the glaring red plum blossoms on the bedsheet all clearly reflected the alluring scene. Most notably on Yun Yan's collarbone and neck, there were several lipstick marks, the marks of a wild night. Without a doubt, Li Hao's fiancé had spent the entire night with Su Yu. The law enforcement tribunal disciples also felt as if they had been struck by lightning. It was clearly Li Hao who had come to frame Su Yu. How did it turn into Su Yu sleeping with his fiancé? But in the end, they were still less affected than Li Hao. Chun Xiang coldly shouted, "Su Yu, you raped a female disciple. Do you know your crime?" Yun Yan leaned back slightly, burying her head in Su Yu's shoulder. Her snow-white skin was flushed red. "I was willing to be with him. I did not rape him." Could it be that the law enforcement tribunal has to interfere with the wishes of both parties? Ugh. Chin Xiang's words came to an abrupt halt, staring blankly at Li Hao. Your fiancé was willing. Thud, thud, thud. Li Hao stumbled back a few steps, his eyes filled with disbelief. The scene in front of him had toppled his world. He had never thought that his fiancée, whom he had a death grip on, would one day willingly lie in another man's bed. Did she not want to save the Yun family? Or did she no longer care about the Yun family? Thinking back to the day before, when Chen Xiang had warned him that Yun Yan might be violated by Suyu, he had confidently said that nothing would happen. He wanted to slap himself to death. His fiancée had slept with another man in the house. Yet he had stood outside the house, waiting for an entire night, being cuckolded at this. This was an insult that no man could bear. Su, you, and you bitch. Li Hao's body trembled. This was the first time in his life that he had been humiliated. Yun Yan's eyes were cold. What, you want to fight? This was the faction who would dare to fight. Even Chao Xian had to abide by the rules of the faction. What more Li Hao? Fine. When I return to the mortal world, I will demand an explanation from the Yun family. As my fiancé, how dare you sleep with another man? Li Hao suppressed his urge to kill, clenching his teeth. Unexpectedly, Yun Yan calmly said, I'm sorry, our engagement can be annulled. I am with the man I love. What does that have to do with you? Annulled the engagement? You dare! Li Hao was so angry that his chest was about to explode. Yun Yan did not even look at him, lying deeply in Su Yu's embrace, coldly saying, I have my ways to convince the family to agree. As for the Yun family's crisis, you don't have to worry about it. Everyone, please leave. I won't be sending you off. Yun Yan closed her eyes, enjoying Su Yu's embrace. Even though Chen Xiang and the other two disciples of the law enforcement tribunal were unwilling, they could not do anything to the two of them and could only retreat. Li Hao's body trembled, carrying with him humiliation and anger as he left. He had spent many years to finally get his hands on Yun Yan, seeing that she could help him break through to 5th level Holy King. But Su Yu had snatched the fruit away from him. That breakthrough to 3rd level Holy King was the proof. What made him even more furious was that he was made a cuckold. His high-spirited life had suffered a devastating blow like never before. Su Yu, I will never forgive you. Li Hao roared in his heart. After sending off the outsiders, Yun Yan's calm body suddenly softened, falling into Su Yu's embrace. A stream of tears rolled down her cheeks. From then on, everyone knew that she was an impure woman. Su Yu was about to console her, but Yun Yan said gently, Su Yu, since you want to be responsible for me, can you give me a legitimate identity? I hope that you can invite an elder from the faction to verify my identity. It doesn't matter if it's an elder or a disciple, as long as it's someone you can trust. She felt conflicted, but since Su Yu had said he would take responsibility, he naturally had to fulfill his promise. After putting on his clothes, he returned to the inner sanctum, thinking about who to invite to be his witness. Suddenly, Su Yu realized something. His footsteps halted, his expression changing, and he quickly rushed back. When he returned to Yun Yan's room, the fragrance of incense floated in the air, but the place was empty. There was only a short letter left on the table. Thank you for your forgiveness. I am already satisfied. The knot in my heart is gone. Thank you for taking responsibility. But unfortunately, I am not the person you love. I cannot accept your responsibility. One night of lovemaking. Take it as my compensation for my guilt. There is no need to blame yourself. Stay with Siener. She is the one you love. I cannot convince myself to be a bad woman between the two of you. Please forgive me for leaving without saying goodbye. Please understand that I do not have the face to meet you. Do not look for me at the Yun family. Please give me, who has lost my chastity, one last place to go. Marriage and men. I have had them all. I have no more attachments. From now on, I will stay at the family forever, crafting weapons for the clan. Finally, I wish you and Xian happiness. Yun Yan. Su Yu was stunned. As expected, Yun Yan had sent him away to take the opportunity to leave? If she had asked him to take responsibility, even if Su Yu was unwilling, he would have taken responsibility for her. But in consideration of his relationship with Xianer, she had chosen to leave alone, to return to the family, to live the rest of her life alone. It was as if Su Yu had once again seen the kind and beautiful woman on the vast ocean island, smiling sweetly at him as she reminisced. Li Hao stumbled, his mind a mess, still immersed in the humiliation he had just experienced. Su, you! Li Hao roared, his eyes filled with hatred. You slept with my woman. I want you to die a horrible death. Everyone close to you must die. Chapter 139. 3 days later, Su Yu woke up from his secluded cultivation. After breaking through to the 3rd level Holy King, the limits of his physical body had been significantly improved. His physical body had become extremely strong, and normal attacks would not be able to injure him. His spiritual energy had also increased by 30%. In addition to the Sai of Ice that he had attained stage 1 upper tier, the amount of his spiritual energy was double that of an ordinary 3rd level lower tier Holy King. With his cultivation stabilized, Su Yu was ready to come out of isolation. At this moment, Mo Wu, with a cold face, stuffed a letter into the secret chamber. Humph! You'd better go and take a look at your senior brother's situation. Senior brother? Su Yu was at a loss. When he opened the letter, it was a letter asking for help. The messengers were 3 juniors of the Li Guang clan, but it was Zhao Guang who had informed Su Yu to go and rescue him. On the Shiniwet Island, he was tested to have a medium-grade yellow class constitution. He was brought to the Lucian faction along with Xia Jingyu, Qin Xianer, Lu Guang, and the rest. Su Yu entered the sect in a hurry, so he did not have the chance to meet him. Who would have thought that the first news he received was that he was in danger? Although they were both disciples of Li Guang, Su Yu had only known him for a short period of time. But he was, after all, Li Guang's disciple, so you could not just stand by and watch. Otherwise, he would not be able to face Li Guang's spirit. He owed Li Guang too much. Whoosh! As the stone door opened, Su Yu disappeared. Outer Sect, External Affairs Hall. On the square outside the hall stood 2 10-meter-tall bronze pillars. One was the Pillar of Glory, engraved with the names of the disciples who had made outstanding contributions to the outer sect. The other was the Pillar of Humiliation. It was carved with the names of all the people in the outer sect who had brought shame to the sect. Their names would forever be spurned by the sect. One was an honor, one was a disgrace. It was meant to remind the outer sect disciples that it was an honor to contribute to the sect and a disgrace to tarnishing it. The outer sect disciples were reprimanded once every 3 days, instilling the concept of loyalty and honor for the sect. The Pillar of Glory and the Pillar of Shame were even more important. Respect and admiration for the names inscribed on the Pillar of Glory. The name engraved on the Pillar of Shame, disdain and self-awakening. This was especially true for the new outer sect disciples who had just entered the sect and had a low sense of belonging to the sect. Therefore, the requirements for them were even stricter. Almost every day, they would stand in front of the Pillar of Glory and Pillar of Shame to receive lessons on honor and loyalty from the sect. Today's admonition ended early, but there was still a group of people surrounding the Pillar of Shame. Amidst the crowd, Zhao Guang knelt on the ground. His hair was messy and withered, and his clothes stank. His complexion was sallow and haggard. His once plump face was now shriveled and thin. At a glance, was this the high-spirited eldest senior brother of the sanctuary? He was no different from a beggar. Zhao Guang, the deadline of 3 days is up. If you do not repent sincerely, you will be punished by the sect. Behind Zhao Guang, a young man stood with his hands behind his back, his expression cold. His cultivation level had reached the terrifying 3rd level peak, Holy King. He was the famous Li Nian of the External Affairs Division. As the deacon of the External Affairs Division, he assisted the two hall masters in managing the daily lives of the outer disciples. What was less known was that he had another identity, Li Hao's younger brother. He was able to enter the Lucian faction because of Li Hao, and the two of them had a good relationship. Zhao Guang knelt on the ground, allowing his withered hair to cover his face. He remained silent. The names engraved on the pillar of shame are those who have committed the most heinous crimes. They are the shame of the faction. The External Affairs Division admonished you and ordered you to disgust the people on the bronze pillar. Why did you not disgust them? Li Nian spoke in a righteous tone, but deep in his eyes was a deep coldness. Zhao Guang's lips moved, and he sighed weakly. I cannot do it. Stubborn fool, I can see that you do not have a clear distinction between good and evil in your heart. Li Nian's gaze turned cold, and he said in a low voice, I will give you two choices. First, discuss the name of a sinner. Second, use your blood to wash away the name of a sinner. Zhao Guang's withered face revealed a deep, bitter smile. I will not disgust. Then carry out the sect's rules. Use your blood to wash away the name of a sinner. Deep in Li Nian's eyes, a vicious glint flashed. He suddenly struck Zhao Guang's back. How terrifying was the strike of a third-level peak Holy King. Although Zhao Guang was half a Holy King, in front of Li Nian he was like an ant. Pooh! Under the heavy blow, Zhao Guang's organs were shaken, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The piercing red was like the glow of the setting sun, spraying onto the bronze pillar, illuminating the name of the sinner. Disgust or fresh blood? Li Nian asked coldly again. Zhao Guang had already knelt there for 3 days and 3 nights, and was extremely weak. Enduring the intense pain in his organs, he trembled as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Zhao Guang laughed bitterly. I still cannot do it. Humph! Stubborn fool. Li Nian's eyes flashed, and he struck. Pooh! He spat out another mouthful of blood, spraying it onto the bronze pillar. This time, the clothes on Zhao Guang's back were torn, the energy penetrating his body and exiting from his chest. Anyone could see that this strike had destroyed a portion of his organs. If this continued, he would be beaten to death. I will ask again, disgust or fresh blood? Li Nian's eyes were filled with mockery. The more stubborn Zhao Guang was, the more excuses he would have to execute him in front of everyone. This was Li Hao's order, to toy with everyone close to sue you to death. Zhao Guang fell to the ground after receiving this strike. Not only were his organs damaged, even his ribs were broken. He did not even have the strength to crawl back up and kneel. His shriveled head lay pitifully on the cold ground. His withered hair drooped over his head, but it could not hide the unwavering determination in his weak eyes. I cannot do it. I, Zhao Guang, will not disgust even in death. He let out a long howl. His howl was filled with helplessness, anger, and sorrow. Humph! Li Nian's eyes glowed, and he struck. Pooh! At this moment, Zhao Guang's body had suffered an unprecedented injury. His back was a bloody mess, his flesh split open. His vision turned black, and the boundless pain caused him to fall into a semi-conscious state. The surrounding onlookers were shocked. Even in death, he could not disgust those sinners. Why was he so stubborn? Could it be that in his heart there was no distinction between good and evil? They could not understand, but they could not sympathize. Anyone with a little sense of reason had their eyes filled with disgust and coldness. Could it be that this person really has no distinction between good and evil? He refuses to discuss the name of a sinner, yet he is so stubborn? What stubbornness? He's most likely a paranoid lunatic. After all, he's from an isolated island. His way of thinking cannot be compared to the people of the mainland. That's true. This kind of person should just die. There is no distinction between good and evil in his heart, and he will definitely bring disaster to others in the future. No one sympathized or pitied him. To them, Zhao Guang's stubbornness was just disgusting bigotry. Lin Yan laughed coldly in his heart, but his face was stern and righteous. According to the rules of the sect, I will only give you 3 days to repent and 3 chances to punish you. If you continue to be stubborn, I will execute you on the spot according to the rules of the sect. Now you only have one last chance. Disgust or die. Lin Yan shouted coldly. Zhao Guang was weak and his vision was blurry, but his eyes were fixed on the pillar of shame, on the name of a sinner that had been washed with his blood. Her eyes were filled with tears. Her voice was trembling, filled with desolation, sadness, and sorrow. She looked up to the sky and cried, I can't do it, because that is my master's name. In the small pool of blood, the name, which had been eroded by time, was incomparably bright. The name in the middle was Li Guang. My parents gave birth to me and my master raised me. I, Zhao Guang, how can I disgust him? Zhao Guang's voice was weak, but he let out a tragic cry that shook the hearts of the people. His chest was filled with the sorrow of the dead. When he was born, he had been abandoned in the forest to live with wild beasts. It was Li Guang who had picked him up. He had treated him like his own son and had guided him carefully. That was how Zhao Guang had become who he was today. To him, Li Guang was his master and a loving father. How could he disgust Li Guang? He could not do it. Even if he stained his master's name with his blood, even if he died before it, he could not do it. The entire place was dead silent. Many of those who had cold expressions froze on their faces, stunned. Those who had thought that Zhao Guang deserved to die felt as if something was stuck in their chests. An indescribable shock was transmitted to the depths of their souls. He did not want to disgust him. He would rather die than do it. The reason was his master's name was on it. Surprise, shock, and complex emotions were transmitted to everyone's hearts. It was as if they could see a disciple kneeling in front of his name for 3 days and 3 nights in gratitude for his master's kindness. At this moment, no one could speak. Their hearts were filled with shock. It turned out that 3 days ago, Zhao Guang was suddenly called out to disgust Li Guang's name. As the villain who had raped a female disciple 100 years ago, Li Guang's name was clearly on the list. In the previous admonition, Zhao Guang had already noticed the wronged Li Guang's name. He intentionally avoided Li Guang and discussed the other sinners. Only 3 days ago, Lin Yan insisted that he discussed Li Guang alone. He refused and was punished to kneel for 3 days, to repent and turn over a new leaf. But no matter how much he repented, he could not discuss Li Guang, especially when he found out that Li Guang had passed away. As a disciple, not being able to be filial to his master before his death was a regret that he could never make up for. Now, how could he disgust his name after his death? He could disgust everyone in the world, but he could not disgust Li Guang. Zhao Guang's eyes were filled with sorrow. His mouth was full of blood as he laughed bitterly. My master, Li Guang, was wronged. He is not a sinner. A solemn and stirring cry, accompanied by a helpless and bitter smile and resentment towards fate, pierced through the 9 heavens. Humph! Even if he is your master, you cannot mislead the public. His crimes have long been decided. How can a mere disciple like you distort the truth? Lin Yan shouted coldly. A murderous intent filled his eyes as a righteous tone appeared on his face. He shouted coldly, Outer disciple Zhao Guang does not differentiate between good and evil, and refuses to repent despite repeated admonitions. He tried to distort the truth and overturn the reputation of a sinner. Now, as the deacon of the External Affairs Division, I will make the final decision on behalf of the sect. To prevent Zhao Guang from harming the world, he shall be executed on the spot. Lin Yan bellowed. The onlookers felt that it was inappropriate, but no one dared to question the External Affairs Division's decision. If they tried to help, they would be executed as well. Zhao Guang lay on the ground, unable to move. However, he laughed coldly. Kill him. One day, Master's name will be erased from the pillar of shame. He was wronged. His voice reverberated through the clouds, carrying Zhao Guang's final will as it pierced through the heavens. Even in death, he did not despise Li Guang. He could puff out his chest and meet his master in the underworld. Li Nian laughed coldly in his heart. Everything was going smoother than expected. The more stubborn Zhao Guang was, the more justifiable it would be for him to kill him. Die! Li Nian bellowed, his palms slamming down. Crack! However, at this moment, an inexplicable cold current swept through the world like a raging sea. Countless onlookers felt their bodies turn cold, as if they had entered a world of ice and snow. Not only was the temperature cold, but the terrifying murderous intent was even colder. If you kill him, your entire clan will be buried with him. The cold voice pierced through the clouds, resounding throughout the sect. It was as if a king had returned, looking down on them. Chapter 140. Li Nian's body stiffened at the cold, authoritative voice. A wave of coldness surged into his heart for no reason, causing his entire body to feel cold. It was as if killing Zhao Guang with a palm strike would incur his wrath. With that, Li Nian clenched his teeth, continuing his attack. Firstly, he was executing Zhao Guang in accordance with the faction's laws. If Su Yu dared to stop him, he would be going against the faction's laws. Secondly, he might not be afraid of Su Yu. In terms of abilities, he was confident he would not lose to Su Yu. Execute him according to the law. Li Nian growled, viciously attacking. Rumble, however, just as his killing move was about to land, a palm wrapped in ice flames shot towards his head at lightning speed. There was no hesitation in the killing intent. Li Nian's expression changed. Su Yu actually dared to kill him. Shocked and furious, Li Nian changed his attack. The palm that was heading for Zhao Guang changed to collide with Su Yu in the nick of time. Obstructing the faction's laws, you deserve death, die. However, his voice stopped abruptly, and it was replaced by a strand of a miserable shrill cry. The moment the two palms collided, an oppressive aura descended, accompanied by the devouring ice flames. His attack was like a clay ox that had entered the sea. It was so powerful that it didn't even have the strength to resist for a moment before it was easily destroyed. His opponent's palm struck his chest as though it was invincible. The violent impact was like a mountain pressing down on him, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. The absolute difference in abilities shocked Li Nian. Even though he had heard that Su Yu had defeated Chao Xian, whose cultivation level was suppressed to second-level peak Holy King, who would have known that Su Yu was so powerful with just his spirit energy? Thud, thud, thud. He took a few steps back, blood filling his mouth. Su Yu, you dare obstruct me from executing the law, and even injure me in front of everyone? Do you know that you have violated the faction's laws? Whoosh! A purple robe, a head of silver hair, a pair of icy divine wings. Who else could it be but Su Yu? Law. When harming others, it is your weapon. When in danger, it is your shield. Such an unfair law, I don't care about it. Su Yu let out a cold grunt, his icy divine wings flapping. Whoosh! Only an afterimage was left, followed by Li Nian's pathetic cry. He did not even have time to react before Su Yu's palm landed on his chest. His clothes were torn apart, and his flesh was badly mangled. His ribs and internal organs were trembling. Li Nian's body was sent flying, and fresh blood spurted out of her mouth like a curtain of blood. How dare you defy the sect's rules? However, his voice came to an abrupt halt once more. Puff! As he was flying backward, he once again suffered a heavy palm from Su Yu. This palm strike was filled with terrifying spiritual qi. It penetrated through his body, piercing through his chest and exiting through his back. His internal organs ruptured and his ribs snapped. Shrill screams, like pigs being slaughtered, soared into the sky. Bang! Smashing heavily onto the ground. Lin Yan howled in agony as his mouth was filled with blood. Everyone was shocked. The legendary king of the fallen star realm had arrived, and without saying a word he had beaten Lin Yan, a steward of the fallen star realm, half to death. Recalling the rumors of Su Yu crushing Chao Xian, the surrounding outer sanctum disciples were in awe. As a rookie, Su Yu was too ferocious. The eyes of many outer disciples were filled with excitement. Su Yu had long been the goal of the outer sanctum disciples. The battle that defied the heavens during the fallen star competition seemed to have happened just yesterday, and it was still vivid in their minds, causing the blood in their bodies to boil unusually. Whoosh! Su Yu appeared, coldly staring at the howling Lin Yan. These 3 palms were for senior brother. Now scram! Lin Yan endured the intense pain as he struggled to get up, his eyes filled with fear. Su Yu's attitude of defying the sex rules, like a fierce god, had deeply impacted him. Su Yu was 10 times more terrifying than the rumors. However, at this moment, a cold grunt could be heard. How arrogant! You dare cause trouble at the External Affairs Division after entering the inner sanctum. Whoosh! A middle-aged man with a cold expression walked out with his hands behind his back. His aura was powerful and complete, thick and solid. He had reached 4th level lower tier, Holy King. This person was the Deputy Clan Master of the External Affairs Division, Qin Gang. At the same time, he was Shi Ruolin's confidant. Humph. Don't you need to cultivate? Qin Gang looked around coldly. Everyone who was swept by his gaze shuddered, their hearts thumping wildly. The crowd kept quiet out of fear, their faces filled with respect as they lowered their heads and retreated. In the blink of an eye, the area was empty. Immediately, Qin Gang scolded, Su Yu, as an inner sanctum disciple, you should do your duty and uphold the rules of the faction. You trespassed on the execution grounds and disrupted the rules. What punishment do you deserve? The rules? Deputy Clan Master Qin, please tell me. He insisted that senior brother disrespect the name of the master to complete the impossible and kill him. Is that also within the rules? Su Yu pointed at Lin Yan from afar, coldly shouting. Lin Yan opened his mouth to retort. Nonsense. I acted impartially, but he quickly shut his mouth, because Su Yu had shot him a thick killing intent. It was true killing intent. As guilty as Lin Yan was, he did not dare talk back. Qin Gang's eyes glinted even more fiercely. Su Yu, don't try to win with your words. Lin Yan is an upright person with a heart of justice. Why would he kill someone? You are clearly the one who is twisting words and forcing logic. An obscure killing intent flashed in Qin Gang's eyes. An upright person with a heart of justice? Su Yu silently closed his eyes. When he opened them again, his gaze was clear and calm, his lips forming a mocking smile. To think that someone as foolish as me would reason with you. To you, fists and abilities are the true reason. Qin Gang protecting Lin Yan was obvious. Furthermore, he was Shi Ruolin's confidant. He would not be fair to Su Yu. Why? You want to beat up the clan master of the External Affairs Division. Qin Gang's lips formed a cold smile. Due to the second elder backing Su Yu, Qin Gang could not teach Su Yu a lesson. But if Su Yu did not know what was good for him and took the initiative to challenge Qin Gang, then he could justifiably treat Su Yu as Wuni's disciple and kill him in front of everyone. This way, Clan Master Shi, Elder Han, and Chao Xian could all heave a sigh of relief. Su Yu had delivered himself to their doorstep. Fight? No. Su Yu shook his head calmly. I am only seeking justice for Senior Zhao for the unfair treatment he received. Qin Gang let out a cold laugh. Who gave you the right to seek justice from me? The right is not granted by others. It is earned by yourself. Su Yu's eyes glowed, the icy divine wings unfurling behind him. A battle intent that could erupt at any moment filled the space between the two of them. A formless energy wave collided, stirring up a cloud of dust. Sand and pebbles flew, Smoke and dust filled the air. A terrifying aura clashed between the two of them. Lin Yan, who was at the side, was shocked. Just the battle intent can cause a ripple of spirit energy? Qin Gang is indeed powerful. The news of someone provoking the External Affairs Division quickly spread as the spectators retreated. Whoosh, whoosh. Several figures descended, and Mo Wu was among them. Apart from them, there were also a few patrolling law enforcement tribunal disciples, including Wang Xinxue. In the blink of an eye, the stars scattered and numerous people descended. Mo Wu could not help but be angry as she descended, causing trouble everywhere. How long has it been to provoke Qin Gang? Despite her complaints, her beautiful eyes were filled with worry. Su Yu has provoked the wrong person this time. Wang Xinxue sprinted over, realizing that it was Su Yu. His face was filled with respect and joy. I can finally witness your battle. But when he saw his opponent clearly, Wang Xinxue gasped. Angry Vajra Buddha, Qin Gang? Su Yu, how did he provoke him? His expression was ugly, filled with anxiety. He was deeply worried for Su Yu. Whoosh, clenching his teeth, Wang Xinxue wanted to charge forward, but he was stopped by the sneering Lin Yan. This is a challenge from the External Affairs Division. Why are you challenging the Law Enforcement Tribunal? Move aside. You are bullying Su Yu for being a newcomer and not knowing Qin Gang's background. This battle is unfair. Wang Xinxue was furious. Lin Yan grunted. That has nothing to do with you. Back down. Unless you want to sow discord between the two divisions. You are too much. Wang Xinxue was both shocked and furious, but Lin Yan's words forced him to be cautious. The Law Enforcement Tribunal could not interfere in the affairs of the External Affairs Division. He could only send Su Yu anxious glances, hoping that he would notice. It was not that he did not believe in Su Yu's abilities, but Qin Gang was too powerful. His cultivation level was only a facade. His true abilities were reflected in his physical body. When Qin Gang was young, he had swallowed a treasure, causing his physical body to undergo a transformation. His physique was incredibly strong, even though he was a 4th level lower tier Holy King. Even a 4th level upper tier Holy King would find it difficult to deal with him. His abilities could not be compared to Chao Xian, who had suppressed his cultivation level. In that battle, Su Yu had defeated Chao Xian in 3 moves. But if it had been Qin Gang, he would not have needed 3 moves. 1 move would have been enough to severely injure Chao Xian. Su Yu's current abilities could not match up to Qin Gang. Qin Gang got into an attacking stance, his lips curving into a mocking smile. Lad, I have to tell you regretfully that you have found the wrong person to challenge me. Ha! With a low grunt, Qin Gang's clothes were torn apart, revealing a body made of copper and steel. His muscles were like chiseled stone, hard and filled with explosive power. Bolts of aura that far exceeded that of a normal living being slowly dispersed, causing one to feel a chill down one's spine. Su Yu's eyelids twitched. He could sense that the person in front of him was not a human, but a primordial beast. What a strong physique! It was even stronger than Chao Xian's Dragon Realm physique. It was no wonder that a mere 4th level lower tier Holy King had the right to be the deputy clan master. It was not that there were no powerful fighters in the faction with a higher cultivation level than him, but he was the only one chosen to oversee the External Affairs Division. A huge pressure bore down on Su Yu like a mountain. Challenging me was your biggest mistake. Qin Gang let out a cold laugh. Victory was within his grasp. With a low grunt, the muscles on Qin Gang's body wriggled like a beating heart, emitting a frightening physical strength. A layer of faint red light encircled the surface of his body. It looked like a layer of blood red membrane. This was the power of the Dragon Realm physique, blood energy. When the physiological limit was raised to a certain level, the blood energy would undergo a qualitative change, reaching the point where it could manifest outside the body. The blood red membrane was the symbol Thump! Thump! Qin Gang's muscular right leg bounced back to the ground. His body was like a spring. With a flickering speed, he turned into a blurry red residual shadow and headed straight for Suyu. Furious dragon roar. With a low grunt, Qin Gang extended his right fist. Wrapped in a terrifying blood energy, it was like a red dragon that could destroy the world, bringing with it a destructive power as it roared. In that instant, Suyu felt as if he was being shrouded by a mountain, causing his breathing to stagnate. But his gaze was calm, the 3-foot ice flame on his body shooting toward the sky, burning toward Qin Gang. How cold was a cold energy, so cold that it could condense into raging flames. Even someone as strong as Chao Xian had his body invaded the moment he came into contact with it, his life force devoured. However, Qin Gang sneered. "You won't understand how strong my physique is." Creak! A shocking scene appeared. Qin Gang grabbed with his hand, extinguishing the ice flame that was surging toward him. A ball of faint ice turned into ice shards, scattering in his palm. Chapter 141. However, just as he was about to crush the ice flame, a huge purple light shrouded the sky. It was a huge purple lotus flower, vivid and lifelike. The petals unfurled and swirled in the wind. Waves of terrifying energy filled the lotus flower. Lightning swam. A destructive aura swept out in all directions. Qin Gang's sneer froze. There was almost no gap between the glazed ice flame and the purple star thunderbolt. 2 moves came one after another. Rumble, without giving Qin Gang any time to react. A deafening roar shook the entire Lucian faction and reverberated through the clouds. Purple light shone on the outer sect. The violent winds and huge waves were like an avalanche. The power of destruction destroyed everything in its path. With the 2 of them at the center, air currents surged and radiated in all directions. 2 figures could be vaguely seen amidst the airwaves. His purple robe was in a mess, and his silver hair was dancing in the wind. Suyu was standing in his original position, completely unharmed. Qin Gang's clothes were torn, and his skin was dark red. His face was contorted in pain. Even if one's physique was as strong as that of the Dragon Realm, it would be difficult for him to withstand the stage 1 great perfection of a legacy technique. The Outer Sanctum disciples were deeply shocked. You actually had the upper hand. Mo Wu's pupils shrank slightly. The amount of spiritual energy is 30% more than the previous time. Wang Shenxue was dumbfounded. In just a few days, the power of this move has increased by more than 30%. Su used naturally gifted spirit energy, coupled with the stage 1 top-class legacy-level technique, had a power that exceeded everyone's expectations. Feeling the prickling pain on his skin, Qin Gang was enraged. "Humph! What can a small trick do to me?" Qin Gang let out a furious grunt, his steel body once again charging towards Suyu. Furious dragon roar. A fist as strong and fierce as a flood dragon that had just emerged from the sea headed straight for Suyu's face. However, the moment he attacked, Suyu had already prepared his 3rd attack, heavenly punishment of ice and thunder. With a low grunt, Suyu placed his hands behind his back. He had prepared a long spear made from the fusion of icy flames and thunderbolt raging flames. The terrifying power of destruction circulated around the 3-meter-long spear. The dancing ice flame and the thunder flame danced with magnificent colors. As Suyu threw out his palm, it turned into a beautiful beam of purple and green light, piercing through the void. Pucci! The air exploded and the earth trembled. It was like a strike from the divine spear of heavenly punishment, causing people's hearts to tremble. Qin Gang's furious expression froze, and his eyelids twitched uncontrollably. It was a demigod grade, holy decree. A strong sense of threat welled up in his heart. The punch that was about to kill Suyu changed from offense to defense, protecting the vital parts of his chest. Just as he retracted his hand, the heavenly punishment of ice and thunder descended. Boundless flames rolled across the sky. One side was bone-chilling cold, the other was scorching thunder flames. The two heavens of ice and thunder fused together, erupting with an unprecedented, terrifying might. An earth-shattering rumble shook the heavens. Countless people even felt the ground tremble, and those who lost their balance were shaken to the ground on the spot. The terrifying aftershock shook the External Affairs Hall. The two bronze pillars, which had stood for hundreds of years, let out deafening whimpers in the frenzied airwaves. None of the outer sanctum disciples could maintain their composure, and all of them retreated in fright. The power of this attack had already exceeded the scope of their imagination. When the dust settled, a shocking scene appeared on the field. Qin Gang's arms were a mess of flesh and blood. There was ice and thunder flames burning, and in the more serious areas, even his bloody bones could be seen. A long spear with a dim glow was nailed into his arm, gradually dissipating. Qin Gang himself retreated dozens of steps, his feet leaving a long groove on the ground. Along the way, blood splattered everywhere. Qin Gang, who was known as the Angry Buddha, had been injured. This was something that only a fourth-level upper tier, Holy King, could do. The outer sanctum disciples felt their scalps go numb, gasping. It was as if they had seen the king of the fallen star rise to a higher level, and they could only look up to him for the rest of their lives. Suyu was too powerful. He was so powerful that his pursuers were in despair. Wang Xinxua was filled with fighting spirit, but he felt even more helpless. He has become much stronger. It was the same heavenly punishment of ice and thunder, but its power had increased by more than 30% compared to the battle at the law enforcement hall. Mo Wu nodded. The power of this technique has increased by quite a bit. For the first time, Qin Gang revealed a shred of fear. If it was a normal fourth-level lower tier, Holy King, he would have died. He did not know that Suyu had not used the seal of time or the space manipulation. Otherwise, Qin Gang would not have had the chance to resist. If he had not resisted, the heavenly punishment of ice and thunder would not have been as simple as a light injury. The crowd's exclamations contrasted with Suyu's helplessness. He was not satisfied with this outcome. If there are no accidents, the holy decree of ice and thunder will not progress any further, Suyu muttered. The remnant of Purple Star, Thunderbolt, only had stage 1. Now that it had been cultivated to top class, there were no more lightning-based, legacy-level techniques to cultivate. That was because there were no lightning-based, legacy-level techniques in the sanctum depository of the faction. If the lightning-based legacy stopped advancing, it would be difficult for the holy decree to progress further. The heavenly punishment of ice and thunder could be the final form of the holy decree. It had to be said that this was a huge pity. His helplessness in Qin Gang's eyes was deliberate humiliation. He had only lightly injured Qin Gang, and he was still showing dissatisfaction. Again, Qin Gang was furious. It was fine that he was older than Suyu, but more importantly, his cultivation level was higher than Suyu's. Yet he was still defeated. Suyu looked up, his expression cold. Fine. I'll grant you your wish until you apologize to Senior Zhao Guang. He was ultimately not at the Dragon Realm. His physical body was only comparable to that of a Dragon Realm warrior. His overall abilities were only stronger than a fourth-level lower tier, Holy King, but not stronger than a fourth-level upper tier, Holy King. Suyu could deal with him with ease. However, just as the two of them were about to fight again, a female figure flashed out from the External Affairs Hall. With a point of her finger, she forced Suyu back 3 steps, raising his head abruptly. A figure that made Suyu burn with unforgettable hatred was imprinted in his eyes. She, Ruo, Lan. Clenching his teeth, Suyu tried to control his urge to attack. It was her who had framed Li Guang for 100 years. It was her who had personally destroyed Li Guang's lifelong wish. It was her who had single-handedly ended Li Guang's life. One of his goals in entering the Lucian faction was to personally take her head and send it to Li Guang's grave. Shi Ruolin's expression was calm. She glanced at Su Yu and coldly scolded, "Have you had enough?" The External Affairs Division is an important place in the outer sanctum. How dare you mess around? After she appeared, she did not ask what had happened, but instead scolded Su Yu. His favoritism could not be more obvious. Su Yu controlled his murderous intent, coldly replying, "Mess around? Fine. I will report this matter to the faction master. Let's see who is the one messing around." Li Nian was not flustered. His lips curled. What a joke! Do you think the faction master is someone you can meet as you please? Furthermore, I have followed the rules of the faction. What wrong did I do? Whoosh! Under Li Nian's confused gaze, Su Yu took out a token from his robes. Lucian token! Li Nian's expression was stiff, his lips trembling. A Lucian token that allowed him to make a small request of the faction master. This token had been popular 100 years ago. It had been gradually abolished, and there were not many left in the world. Without a doubt, this token still had its uses. If Su Yu held onto this token and ordered the faction master to investigate the truth, swallowing hard, Li Nian was flustered. If the faction master were to personally investigate, it would be difficult to conceal the truth. Setting up a trap and disregarding human life was enough for the faction master to execute him on the spot. Even Qin Gang, whose face was filled with rage, shuddered violently as he discreetly backed away from Li Hao. Mo Wu and Wang Xinxue were shocked. Su Yu was in possession of a long-lost Lucian token. The entire place was silent. Only Li Nian's face was pale, cold sweat forming on his forehead. Even Shi Ruolin's stern expression gradually eased. She muttered to herself for a moment, "Why bother the faction master for such a small matter? The External Affairs Division will handle this matter impartially. Unrelated people, please leave." Shi Ruolin calmly looked around, and anyone who was swept by her gaze would run away in defeat. The External Affairs Division controlled the outer sanctum. A word from her could decide the fate of an outer sanctum disciple, who would not be afraid. In the blink of an eye, only the 3 people from the External Affairs Division, Su Yu and Zhao Guang, were left. Shi Ruolin calmly said, "Everyone here knows the ins and outs of the matter. Su Yu, if you wish to seek justice for Zhao Guang, that is fine." Li Nian used public resources for his own personal use and should have been executed. However, if you are willing to let this matter rest, Zhao Guang can obtain a middle-grade marrow-cleansing pill in exchange for breaking through to Saint Ruler. This is the greatest justice I can give you. If Su Yu and the rest were unwilling and insisted on letting the faction master handle the matter, the final outcome would be the execution of Li Nian. Zhao Guang would at most receive 1 or 2 healing pills, not the incredibly precious medium-grade marrow-cleansing pill. Furthermore, Su Yu would have to use his only Lucian token. "Tell me, who ordered you to do this?" Su Yu shot a cold glare at Li Nian. How could someone as guilty as him dare hide the truth at this critical juncture? It was my brother, Li Hao. He ordered me to kill those close to you. Li Hao. Su Yu's gaze was ice cold. It looked like Su Yu had made his decision. Shi Ruolin retrieved a blue medium-grade marrow-cleansing pill from her sleeves. She then expressionlessly led the 2 into the External Affairs Division. Holding the pill, Su Yu had an apologetic expression as he helped Zhao Guang up. "I'm sorry, Senior Zhao. I've implicated you." Zhao Guang's dull eyes looked at Su Yu, gradually regaining their luster. "Junior, Su, did Master have any last words before he died?" Su Yu was silent, clenching his fists. Before he died, he only hoped for one thing. Do not seek revenge for him, and live on. Live on. Zhao Guang repeatedly muttered, 2 streaks of tears rolling down his cheeks. Su Yu forced a comforting expression. "Senior Zhao, don't worry. Someone has to pay the price for Master's death. I, Suyu, will one day take the heads of those two as an offering to Master's heroic spirit. Thank you. Zhao Guang smiled as tears streamed down his face. I am useless, Junior Su. All right. This medium-grade marrow-cleansing pill is enough to help Senior Zhao break through to Holy King. If you have any difficulties in the outer sanctum in the future, you can inform me. Su, you place the pill in Zhao Guang's mouth. The powerful effects of the pill immediately entered his body. At the same time as he broke through, it nourished his heavily injured body. A moment later, Zhao Guang gradually regained his composure, his injuries slightly healed. Thank you for your kindness, Junior Su. Please tell me where Master's grave is. I wish to leave the faction and guard his grave, Zhao Guang said mournfully. After spending a few months in the outer sanctum, he had realized that his path of cultivation was hopeless. He was already over 30 years old and had missed the best age for cultivation. Staying in the outer sanctum was just a muddle-headed dream. He might as well guard his master's grave and end his life. Suyu was stunned. After a moment, he spoke of Li Guang's grave. He had made many enemies in the faction. He might not have the chance to save Zhao Guang the next time he implicated him. Junior Su, take care. Zhao Guang cupped his fists, staring deeply at Suyu before leaving. They had once met at the Forbidden Ruins, and they had the fate of entering Shinyue Island together. But now Zhao Guang had to leave. Suyu felt lonely as he looked at Zhao Guang's back as he disappeared into the faction. Haha, what a deep brotherhood. A mocking voice suddenly came from behind. Looking back, Suyu's eyes were ice cold. Li Hao. Li Hao stood at the entrance of the External Affairs Division with his hands behind his back. Zhao Guang is only the first. As long as it's someone close to you, I'll play them all to death. Let me think who will be next. Suyu's mind was buzzing. Apart from Zhao Guang and Xiener, who was protected by the second elder, there was only one person who was close to him from Shinyue Island. Xia Jingyu, you dare! Suyu's calm eyes were filled with killing intent. Li Hao laughed coldly. What? You want to kill me to prevent future trouble. However, his tone suddenly changed, and a cold killing intent also appeared in his eyes. Sure, I'll give you a chance. Now, you and I will leave the faction and fight to the death outside. If you don't dare accept my challenge, I will toy with everyone close to you to death. Li Hao's venomous expression was sinister. Suyu clenched his fists. His abilities were far from Li Hao's. But thinking about Xia Jingyu's frail figure, his heart clenched. Fine. I, Suyu, will take your life. Suyu's eyes were filled with killing intent. If Li Hao was not eliminated, he would never be at ease. Chapter 142. Even if he knew he was no match for Suyu, he had to think of a way to kill Li Hao. However, at that moment, dang, the urgent and sudden sound of the bell echoed throughout the faction. Whoosh! In the External Affairs Division, Shirulan flew towards the source of the bell with a serious expression. Li Hao's cold smile froze, his eyes filled with shock. A serious and vexed expression appeared on his face, and he glared at Suyu fiercely. Consider yourself lucky. He left in a hurry, not bothering with Suyu. Suyu's expression changed. For Shirulan and Li Hao to be so flustered, it must be something major. Dang! The second sound of the bell sounded more urgent than before. With Suyu's enhanced vision, he could see countless terrifying auras emerging from the inner sanctum, gathering at the location of the bell. Even though he did not know what was happening, Suyu did not dare delay and flew over. The sound of the bell came from an extremely wide hall. In the hall, there was a large golden bell, gently vibrating. There were many people gathered by the sound. At a glance, there were hundreds of people, all inner sanctum disciples, all of them fourth level Holy King and above. In front of the large golden bell, there was an old man with an unfathomable cultivation base. He stood still with his eyes closed, giving off a fearful feeling. The scene of 100 people was completely silent. Even those who had entered to talk immediately shut up upon noticing his presence. Shi Rulin wore a respectful expression, standing in front of the bell, not daring to act rashly. The old man in front of them was the highly respected third elder, in charge of issuing missions in the faction. After a while, no one else entered. The third elder opened his old eyes. They were clearly elderly eyes, but they were unusually dazzling. The ringing of the Lucien bell this time was due to an emergency situation, issuing an emergency mission. The third elder calmly said, "The people below the stage could not help but whisper to each other. The last emergency mission was last year, right? The invasion of other factions alerted the faction master, and the disciples who returned from the mission were rewarded by the faction master. I've heard of it too. 2 newcomers were highly regarded by the faction and are now core disciples of the faction, receiving endless resources. I'm so envious. What's there to be envious about? In that battle, the 2 of them killed the enemy leader and were rewarded, displaying their loyalty to the faction. It is only right for them to be heavily nurtured." Su Yu was tempted. If he wanted to participate in the ancient Xianyun temple, there were 2 problems. First, enter the top 100 of the sect. Second, he must obtain the sect's loyalty and recognition. Such a temporary mission was a shortcut to gaining the loyalty of the sect. It was something that could only be discovered and not sought. This opportunity must be grasped. Sienner's phoenix of death was gradually descending, and her life was in danger. Su Yu had to find the phoenix blood elixir. If not, he could only watch as she died, or give her to Chao Xian to ruin. Now that he had the chance, he would never give it up. However, there were many people like Su Yu who saw an opportunity. Urgent missions were extremely rare. The third elder gently clapped his hands, and a young man in his 30s walked out from the back of the hall, his body covered in blood and wounds, as if he had narrowly escaped death. On his chest, there was a terrifying claw mark that had almost penetrated half of his chest. It was a frightening sight. "Let him explain the situation," third elder said indifferently. The 30-year-old had a resolute expression. Although his injuries were painful, his expression did not change. He spat out a powerful voice. "My name is Wu Qingzhou. I am a disciple stationed outside the abyss of Wudong. I am responsible for escorting the treasures excavated from the abyss of Wudong back to the sect. However, we were ambushed midway. 5 members, other than me, who managed to escape. The rest were all killed." Wu Qingzhou's resolute face flashed a trace of sorrow. "My younger brother also sacrificed himself." Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Wu Qingzhou was a 4th-level peak holy king, yet he managed to escape with his life. What kind of terrifying enemy did he encounter? Third elder slowly said, "For people were sacrificed. 3 of them were 4th-level peak holy kings, and 1 was a 5th-level holy king elder. This is a loss that our Lucien faction has never suffered in recent years. It is also a disgrace to the Lucien faction. Therefore, the urgent mission is to apprehend the murderers who attacked them." Third elder's eyes were filled with murderous intent. "Our Lucien faction has been silent for too long. It is time to teach some rascals a bloody lesson." Third elder's beard and hair stood on end, his face full of anger. "Now, I will issue this mission. We need 6 people to apprehend and kill all the murderers. Killing the 4th-level lower tier Holy King murderers will earn you 5 honor points. Killing the 4th-level upper tier Holy King murderers will earn you 10 honor points. Killing the 4th-level peak Holy King murderers will earn you 20 honor points. And killing the 5th-level Holy King murderers will earn you 100 honor points. If you capture them alive, the honor points will be doubled." The audience was instantly in an uproar. Hiss! What a terrifying reward. 1 honor point can be exchanged for a medium-grade marrow-cleansing elixir. Killing a 4th level lower tier Holy King is equivalent to getting 5 medium grade marrow cleansing elixirs. Oh my god, I worked hard for a year last year, performing various missions, and only managed to gather 10 honor points after much difficulty. Today's urgent mission actually has such a terrifying reward. If I gather 100 honor points, won't I get a legendary top grade marrow cleansing elixir? The extremely high reward caused hundreds of disciples to be in an uproar. However, no matter how excited they were, not a single person dared to register, because everyone could tell that the elder did not say how many enemies there were, because he did not know how many murders there were. Even the 5th level Holy King murders did not know if there was only one. Wu Qingzhou had escaped in a panic, so it was difficult for him to say how many experts the team had been besieged. The real purpose of forming the team of 6 was not to capture or kill the enemies, but to test the exact number and strength of the enemies. It was likely that the group of 6 would never return. Only a few would be able to return alive. The condition for accepting the mission is that the highest cultivation level is 5th level lower tier, Holy King. Now register, the 3rd elder said coldly. Everyone was shocked, thinking to themselves that it was indeed so. Why were disciples of higher cultivation levels not allowed to participate? The reason was that the participating disciples were too powerful, and the murderers might not be willing to show themselves. The goal of capturing and killing them would be foiled overnight. Only by forming a team of people below 5th level Holy King could they lure out the murderers again. Hence, there was no doubt that this team of 6 was for scouting purposes. It was believed that there was an even more powerful team in the dark. Once the team of 6 had detected the exact strength and number of the enemies, they would strike like lightning and eliminate all of them. The team of 6 would not be able to get a share of those rewards that looked extremely tempting. They would only be sending themselves to their deaths, and there would be no gains. Hence, when the 3rd elder said this, there was dead silence. No one signed up. Anyone with the slightest bit of intelligence or a bit of experience would have seen through the true nature of this emergency mission, especially those whose cultivation levels were above 5th level Holy King. Their lips curled into a mocking smile. This time the stage was theirs. The team of 6 was merely a stepping stone. The 3rd elder's face trembled slightly. It was obvious that he had underestimated the intelligence of the disciples. As time passed, there was still no response. As an elder of the faction, he was a little embarrassed. "I will participate." In the silence, a figure stepped out from the crowd. Purple robes, silver hair, a calm expression. The 3rd elder relaxed, but when he saw who it was, he was slightly stunned. "Suyu?" On the day of the wedding, the 3rd elder had been at the scene. Naturally, he still had a clear memory of the silver-haired, purple-robed Suyu. But Suyu was only a 3rd level Holy King, and his abilities were too low. Even though he had only set an upper limit for 5th level lower tier Holy Kings and did not set a lower limit, anyone with a discerning eye would know that only 4th level Holy Kings could sign up. If a 3rd level Holy King were to go, he would not even be of use as a stepping stone. But even though he was unwilling, he could not back down now. Since someone was willing to step out and help him resolve the awkwardness, how could he reject? "You. All right, count you in." The 3rd elder sighed unwillingly, muttering to himself. Did no one tell this young lad that only 4th level Holy Kings and above had to gather, and that those below 4th level were not allowed to participate? It was only when Suyu stepped forward that people finally noticed his peculiar existence. That's weird. Why would a 3rd level Holy King appear when all of us 4th level Holy Kings are gathered? Why? Did you not recognize who he is? Suyu, the Suyu who defeated Chao Xian, do you know him? Hiss, it's him. His abilities are not bad, but he is still a youth. His experience and intelligence are lacking, and he could not see the hidden danger of the team of 6. TSK, unworthy of his name. When he grows up, he will be a simple-minded person with well-developed limbs. He will be tempted by a little temptation, and his mind will lose its cool. The possibility of him growing up alive in the future is very low. Hearing the discussions around him, Su Yu was shocked. He really did not know that this was a gathering that only 4th-level Holy Kings and above could participate, as no one had told him. But how could Su Yu not be aware of the hidden danger of this mission? To put it nicely, they were the vanguard, but to put it bluntly, they were the suicide squad. But Su Yu had no other choice. The stronger team that was to be formed in the future would definitely only be 5th-level Holy Kings and above. Su, you definitely did not have the qualifications. To be able to join the team of 6, he had only managed to do so by accident, and was extremely lucky. His only chance was to kill as many enemies as possible before the arrival of the stronger team, to fight for glory and to make a great contribution. Other than that, it would be difficult for him to gain the faction's trust in a short period of time, just like what the second elder had said. Even if he had a slim chance of surviving, the faction might not believe him, as life and death could be faked. Only by killing enemies for the faction could he prove himself. I will participate as well. A refreshing voice could be heard. It was Li Hao. With a meaningful smile on his face, Li Hao stepped forward. He had come for Su Yu. Such a dangerous mission was the best opportunity to kill Su Yu without arousing suspicion. The third elder's eyes lit up, revealing a satisfied smile. All right, the second person, there are still 4 more spots. I will reward the person with the greatest contribution with a chance to enter the depository of scriptures. Clenching his teeth, the third elder once again threw out a shocking reward. To a holy king, entering the depository of scriptures meant that they had the opportunity to touch a legacy-level cultivation technique. Furthermore, if they had enough determination, entering the deepest part of the depository would give them a slight chance of obtaining a complete legacy-level cultivation technique. I will go too. Me too. In an instant, more than 10 people signed up, many of them mocking Su Yu for being simple-minded and unable to resist the temptation. Legacy-level cultivation techniques were too rare, and the rewards were too tempting. They could not resist. The third elder had a smile on his face as he chose 4 people. The team of 6 was completely decided. 1 5th-level Holy King, for 4th-level Peak Holy Kings, and finally a slightly strange 3rd-level lower tier Holy King. All right, let's go to the place where we were ambushed and find and kill the murderer. Chapter 143. The leader of the team was a 5th-level lower-tier Inner Sanctum disciple, Song Qingshan. He was muscular and wore a leopard skin coat, giving off a savage vibe. Many of the Inner Sanctum disciples secretly frowned. Song Qingshan was too powerful. Among the 6 of them, Song Qingshan would definitely be the one to return alive. If he killed the leader of the murderers first, they would lose some merit. Song Qingshan, I'll leave the team to you. You must capture and kill all the murderers, the third elder solemnly instructed. Song Qingshan cupped his fists and respectfully accepted the order, his voice booming like a bell. Yes, but I have a request. Speak. The third elder nodded. Song Qingshan glanced at Su Yu coldly, his finger pointing at him. I want to replace him. This mission is dangerous. I cannot bring a burden along. Everyone was silent. Su Yu was only a 3rd-level lower-tier Holy King. The rest were 4th-level Peak Holy Kings. Replacing him would increase the overall strength of the team. A few disciples who wanted to join the team but had already filled their spots, their spirits lifted, their eyes shining. The third elder also had the intention to replace Su Yu, but he had personally promised Su Yu to join. How could he go back on his word? Su Yu is a rising star of the Inner Sanctum. You older generation disciples should support him. Just treat this as a training opportunity for him. Hearing this, Song Qingshan glared at Su Yu with disgust. Of the 6 team members, other than Li Hao, who had ulterior motives, the rest were frowning. Su Yu's gaze was calm, silently enduring the strange looks. Since everything is ready, let's go, the third elder announced. The team left the faction and headed straight for the ambush. 3 days later, the Wulong snowfield. The Wulong snowfield was a snowfield that stretched for hundreds of millions of miles. It had existed for tens of thousands of years. The snowflakes that filled the sky never changed. The accumulated snow formed transparent icicles, like a vast mirror reflecting the sunlight. In the silent world of ice and snow, 6 people appeared in a glacier canyon. Their expressions were grave as they stood there for a long time. Broken limbs and remains were a shocking sight. Bright red blood splattered across the canyon. The coldness of the Wulong snowfield preserved the tragedy of that day. Not even their bones remained. What exactly happened to them? Song Qing-shan squatted down to examine the remains below him. Only half a limb was left. The rest had been gnawed away. Recalling the huge claw mark on Wu Qingzhou's chest, everyone's heart shuddered. Other than humans, there might also be demonic beasts among the attackers. Suyu, immediately investigate the situation within a 50-kilometer radius. Song Qing-shan did not raise his head as he ordered coldly. Suyu furrowed his brows slightly, but he still flew to the top of the canyon and looked down from the sky. Ever since the red dragon had been baptized, Suyu's eyesight had undergone a qualitative change. In the past, he could only observe the situation within a radius of 20 li, but now he could detect the movements of plants within a radius of 50 li. He scanned his surroundings. 50 li around him was dead silent. Other than the pure white snow, a few snowfield hares, wild wolves, and wreckage, there was nothing else. He flew back and said indifferently, "There are no signs of enemies within 50 kilometers. Are you trying to tell me that you can see the situation 50 li away with just a glance from the sky?" Song Qing-shan's bell-like eyes were filled with anger as he glared at him. Suyu nodded calmly. Yes. The other team members looked at each other and frowned. Suyu, you'd better be aware that you're a burden. Since you're shamelessly following us, you should be prepared to accept orders. Humph. If you feel wronged, you can scram back. There's no need to be perfunctory here. Team leader, for our safety, it's better to expel Suyu from the team. I dare not entrust my safety to him if he's so perfunctory and careless. Clearly, everyone thought Suyu was being perfunctory. Song Qing-shan's expression was calm. Suyu, I advise you to. 30 miles to the northeast, there's a snow wolf chewing on a human bone. It should be one of our disciples. 15 miles to the south, there are 2 snow hares that fell into an ice ditch. 9 miles to the west, there's something. There are a few fresh footprints. Suyu stood in the air, looking at his surroundings as he spoke. But when he looked to the west, his expression changed. Only after a closer look did he realized something was amiss. Whoosh! Without waiting for Song Qing-shan and the rest to react, Suyu flew to the west, leaving behind a group of dumbfounded people. He can really see that far? One of the disciples was incredulous. Looking at Suyu's receding figure, another sneered. I think he's taking the opportunity to leave. He knows he's unpopular in the team, so he's trying to find a way out and leave the team. Song Qing-shan did not believe that Suyu could see that far, but as the leader, he could not let his emotions affect his decisions. He said calmly, "It's better to believe it than not. Follow him, and we'll find out the truth." Whoosh, whoosh. 5 piercing sounds reverberated throughout the ice mountain valley. A moment later, 9 miles away, Suyu stood high up in the sky, his arms crossed as he pondered. The disciples who had followed him took a closer look, their expressions changing. There was a row of footprints on the snowy plains, a pair of human feet, and a pair of giant demonic beast footprints. The footprints were the size of a small house, with remnants of a thick demonic energy. There really are footprints. His eyesight can really see up to a 50-mile radius? Shreds of shock spread through the crowd. Everyone's gazes toward Suyu gradually changed. In the vast snowy plains, if one could see up to 50 miles, regardless of whether it was searching for the enemy or defending against an unknown enemy. Its usefulness was immeasurable. In terms of importance, he was even more important than a fourth-level peak Holy King. Turning his head to glance at the crowd, Suyu cupped his fists. My abilities are weak, so I will not burden you seniors. Let's go our separate ways, farewell. Saying this, Suyu followed the footprints to search. The crowd panicked. Such terrifying eyesight was irreplaceable for their safety and the ability to capture enemies. How could he just leave like that? But no one dared to ask him to stay. Along the way, they all had looks of disgust. They had even ordered Suyu to leave the team without hesitation. Now that Suyu had really left, how could they ask him to stay? Song Qingshan's face turned green and red. He wanted to ask Suyu to stay, but he could not bring himself to do so. He could only grunt. No sense of teamwork. If he wants to walk alone, we'll grant him his wish. Don't come back and beg us. The faces of the rest of the people were burning. It seemed like Suyu had been forced to leave by them. The ones with no sense of teamwork were them, not Suyu. Let's go. Follow the footprints. Song Qingshan suppressed his anger, leading the team forward. But half a day later, in front of a canyon, the wind howled. The snowflakes covered the entire sky, covering all the footprints. In half a day, they had lost track of Suyu, as well as the man and the demonic beast. Bad luck. Song Qingshan was extremely angry that Suyu had left the team. Team leader, look within the canyon, there's a weak fire, one of the team members with sharp eyes quietly reminded. At that moment, it was almost evening. The faint yellow fire, under the reflection of the white snow, was emitted weakly. It could be Suyu, but it could also be traces of the enemy. One of you stay here. If there's an emergency, be alert immediately. The rest of you follow me inside. Song Qingshan calmly instructed. The four of them carefully walked into the depths of the canyon, arriving at the place where the fire was weak. It was a natural stone cave. Outside the cave, the cold wind howled, piercing to the bone. Inside the cave, it was peaceful, warm like spring. The fire was warm and cozy. But there was no one inside. Could it have been left behind by Suyu? The fire is still there. I believe he must be nearby. There was no one inside, and everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Song Qingshan looked around cautiously. After confirming that it was not a trap, he coldly grunted. Who cares about him? It's getting late. After a day of chasing, we'll rest here tonight. Everyone nodded. The sky was already dark, and it would be difficult to track the enemy. They could only wait until tomorrow. The group entered. Before entering, Song Qingshan looked at the entrance of the canyon. Amidst the wind and snow, he could faintly see a figure. He shouted, "Zhao Dan, come in!" But the figure did not move. His voice was buried in the howling wind. Song Qingshan was annoyed. If Suyu was here, he could see the entire situation. Would it be so troublesome? He opened his mouth to shout again, but he heard a tinkling laugh. He might not be able to hear you. Patter! A bloody ball of flesh fell from Song Qingshan's head, landing in front of his feet. Looking closely, it was actually a heart that was still beating lightly, and it was rolling with hot air. At the entrance of the canyon, the unmoving figure had also fallen. Zhao Dan had been killed without a sound or trace. Before he died, he did not even have the chance to scream. His heart had been dug out. Who could be so terrifying? Looking up, a lady in a snow-white robe floated in the air. Her face was beautiful and delicate, her figure alluring. Her loose, snow-white robe could not hide her wonderful figure. She should have been a beautiful lady in the snowy night, but the blood on her hands added a sense of eeriness to her beauty. But what shocked Song Qingshan was not the lady herself, but the giant creature beneath her feet. It was a giant snow lion with abilities as high as 5th level lower tier, Holy King. The snow lion's mouth was filled with blood, and it was extremely fierce. Its eyes were filled with a cruel light. Interesting. I left for a while, and there was a group of people staying in my cave. You must be the disciples sent by the Lucien faction to investigate. The lady's eyes were cold, and she laughed meaningfully. Not good. Get out of the cave. When Song Qingshan saw the terrifying snow lion, he realized that something was wrong and roared. Trapped in the cave, they could not fight. They might be trapped inside. He himself turned into a sharp arrow, flying out of the cave. Of the 4 people in the cave, Li Hao was the most vigilant, and thus the last to enter. Hearing this, he did not hesitate and followed Song Qingshan to escape. It's too late to escape now. The lady's expression turned cold. Roar! With a furious roar, the snow lion beneath her opened its mouth and spat out a mouthful of blue gas. It looked like flames, but it was actually a ball of blue ice flame. Creak! The bonfire in the cave was immediately extinguished. At the same time, a thick layer of blue ice covered the entrance of the cave, gradually freezing inwards. It wanted to freeze Song Qingshan and the rest to death in the cave. Not good. Quick! Circulate your spirit energy and break the blue ice flame. Song Qingshan did not manage to escape. With a furious roar, he used his spirit energy to break the ice. Everyone, including Li Hao, had a serious expression as they attacked together to break the ice. But the ice was extremely terrifying. In an instant, the combined strength of the 5 of them could only slow down the speed of the ice's freezing. Song Qingshan was filled with regret. If Su Yu had been in the team, he would have discovered the lady and her terrifying mount earlier, and they would not have been trapped here. The rest of the disciples were also complaining, their hearts filled with despair. Seeing that they were stubbornly resisting, the lady's beautiful eyes turned cold. Humph! Struggle before death. Her lips curled into a cold smile. That's fine. Ever since I obtained this item, I have not had the chance to try it out. I'll use you guys to test it out. Whoosh! The lady took out an extremely ancient jade box from her robes. It was mottled and filled with traces of time. In the jade box, there was a drop of extremely cold liquid. It looked like a crystal, but also like a liquid. It emitted cold air, causing the temperature of the valley to drop by 30%. This is one of the treasures that your Lucien faction dug out from the abyss of Wurong, the ice crystal marrow. It condenses extremely cold air. The lady's face was filled with mockery. I have to say, your Lucien faction has really discovered an impressive relic. To think that there are so many complete ancient treasures. The lady's mocking expression became even more intense. Unfortunately, everything has gone to the benefit of my Empire of Darkness. This lady was from the Empire of Darkness. Creak! The lady flicked her fingers lightly. The drop of ice crystal marrow flew towards the entrance of the cave. Crack! The terrifying cold air caused a large area to freeze in the cave. The state that Song Qingshan and the rest had managed to maintain with great difficulty was instantly broken. Ah! With a horrible shriek, a 4th-level peak Holy King was instantly frozen into an ice sculpture. Song Qingshan gasped. What exactly was the ice crystal marrow? Just getting close to it had such power. If it were to shatter, a numbing feeling welled up in his heart. But at that moment, whoosh, whoosh, a few crystalline, almost transparent threads descended from the sky. Caught off guard, the threads wrapped around the ice crystal marrow and flew into the sky. At the same time, a light laugh floated into his ears. Wouldn't it be a pity to waste such a treasure? I'll accept it. Raising his head, he saw a silver-haired, purple-robed figure standing under the beautiful moonlight. In his palm was the ice crystal marrow. The terrifying cold air did not harm him at all. Instead, it was completely absorbed into his body. It was Su Yu. With Su Yu's eyesight, he had long discovered the lady and the snow lion. He was hiding 50 miles away, observing cautiously. It was only at this moment that he had the opportunity to show himself. There's still a fish that escaped the net. The lady was deeply surprised. Why was this Lucien faction disciple acting alone? Song Qingshan, seemed to have grasped onto a life-saving straw. He was overjoyed. "Junior Su, please save us." "Humph, a mere third-level holy king wants to ruin my plans?" the lady mocked. She then flew into the sky. With a calm expression, Suyu muttered softly, "Fourth level lower tier, holy king, 5 honor points for killing, 10 honor points for capturing." Unfortunately, glancing at the terrifying snow lion below, Suyu gave up on the idea of capturing it alive. The lady's first move was a legacy-level cultivation technique. Moreover, it was stage 1 upper class. Her hand was like a snow-white jade dragon, piercing through the air. Like lightning, she grabbed Suyu's chest. She wanted to pull out Suyu's heart, just like Zhao Dan at the entrance of the canyon. After being frozen by the snow lion, her heart had been clawed out by this vicious lady. Suyu's expression was cold. With a flip of his palm, a long spear of purple thunder flames and azure ice flames formed in his hands. Heavenly punishment of ice and thunder. Suyu let out a low grunt. The long spear of purple and azure flames contained a terrifying power. It turned into a beam of light and pierced through the void. What? Half-divine grade holy decree. The same holy decree realm as that demonic woman. The lady's cold smile froze. It was replaced by a touch of fear as she screamed and retreated. But it was already too late. It shook the heavens and shook the earth. With a shrill scream, the lady from the Empire of Darkness was pierced through her chest. Her heart was shattered. Her life was instantly extinguished, killing a 4th level lower tier holy king with one move. Whoosh! A divine ice thread flew over and coiled around his body. Suyu quickly searched and found 2 jade boxes that were filled with the vicissitudes of time. Could it be the treasures that they stole from the abyss of Wudong? Chapter 144. An immortal level technique. Suyu was extremely shocked. Spirit level techniques were split into legacy level, immortal level, and mythical level. Suyu had already experienced the rarity of legacy level techniques. For a fragment of a legacy level technique, even someone as elegant as Yunyan had no choice but to compromise, humiliating herself by marrying Li Hao in exchange for the technique. As for the complete legacy-level technique, only high-level Dragon Realm fighters and elders could cultivate it. There was only one fragment of an immortal-level technique in the entire Lucian faction, but at this moment, an immortal-level technique that could shake the entire Lucian faction had appeared. Suyu's heart was beating wildly, his blood boiling, but when he flipped it open, his heart turned cold. This was just a fragment. There were less than 100 words left. After letting out a sigh, Suyu opened the other jade box. His dim eyes lit up abruptly. Top legacy level technique fragment, artifact control technique. This technique is considered a support technique. At lower tier, one can begin to awaken the soul of the divine artifact. At upper tier, one can release the soul of the divine artifact. At upper tier, the soul of the divine artifact is completely released. Cultivation requirement: possess a divine artifact. Divine artifact? Suyu's heart was beating slightly. Wasn't the divine ice ring in his hand the divine artifact of the divine ice ancient kingdom? But what did the soul of a divine artifact mean? Flipping through it, the artifact control technique had a detailed introduction. A divine artifact cannot unleash its true power without its owner. Outsiders would be no different from ordinary weapons, unable to unleash even a tenth of the power of the divine artifact. Suyu seemed to be moved. Even though the divine ice ring was a divine artifact, no one had ever realized it was a divine artifact, not even the second elder. Could it be that he had never unleashed the true power of the divine ice ring? Cultivators of the artifact control technique can forcefully use the divine artifacts of others. If they are skilled enough, they can forcefully recognize their owner and take the divine artifacts of others for their own. Being overbearing and powerful will easily incur the jealousy of enemies. Please Cultivate with caution. Su Yu's heart was thumping wildly. He could even take the divine artifacts of others for his own. The only pity was that the artifact control technique was indeed incomplete. It only had stage 1 lower tier and only had a few thousand words. Junior Su, please attract the attention of this beast and help us escape. Song Qingshan was overjoyed when he saw that the pretty lady had been killed by Su Yu. Su Yu frowned. He did not have a good impression of them, especially Li Hao, who was someone he had to kill. But without a commander, the Snow Lion's power was reduced. It was only a matter of time before Song Qingshan escaped. If he watched from the side and returned to the faction, Qingshan would be. If Su Yu were to return, Su Yu shot out a bolt of energy, then retreated frantically. Of Qi. After being attacked, the 5th level lower tier Holy King Snow Lion turned around and let out a fierce roar. Su Yu and Qing. Song Qingshan. Song, now that he had left the narrow cave, he could finally display his strength. He no longer had to be stifled in the cave. With the 4 of them working together, the Snow Lion let out a series of blood-curdling screeches. After several moves, it retreated in defeat. Song Snow Song. You Song Song of. It is one of the murderers. Capturing it and bringing it back will be a great achievement. The you is. Use. Su of. You of you. You. Su. You. Should we be in charge of the treasures that Su Yu found? Hearing this, Song Qingshan and the others noticed the 2 ancient jade boxes. A few streaks of passion shot out from their eyes. What kind of treasures were hidden within the Abyss of Wudong? The Abyss of Wudong was an ancient ruin discovered by the Lucian faction. Some of the areas were still intact, and a large number of earth-shattering treasures had appeared. Most of the techniques in the depository of Buddhist scriptures came from the Abyss of Wudong. It was rumored that the spirit-level technique of the faction also came from the Abyss of Wudong. It could be said that the Abyss of Wudong was the foundation of the faction. Every 6 months, the 10 great elders of the faction would take turns to guard the Abyss of Wudong. Normally, Song Qingshan and the others would not have the right to touch the items in the Abyss of Wudong. But now, Song Qingshan struggled for a moment but could not overcome his greed. He ordered, Su Yu, according to the rules of the team, such a treasure should be split equally. Let me handle it as the team leader. Hearing this, Su Yu was not surprised. He sighed. If I had known, I would have waited until all of you were frozen to death before attacking. Everyone's faces turned slightly red. It was not an exaggeration to say that they were ungrateful in this situation. Su Yu had saved all of their lives, but now he was the one asking for the treasures. Li Hao sneered. Since we are from the same faction, you should have saved us. This is your duty. Don't think of it as a favor. Hearing this, the 2 greedy 4th level peak Holy Kings looked at each other and surrounded Su Yu. Hand over the treasures and let the team handle it. Don't even think of keeping it all for yourself. Su Yu's calm face showed a tinge of disappointment. Saving all of you is my duty? All right, take care of yourselves. I hope there will be people who will save you. Saying this, Su Yu lightly threw the 2 jade boxes. The 2 fragments of techniques only had a mere 1,000 words. Su Yu had already memorized them. Whoosh! The pupils of the 4 shrank, and they immediately snatched the treasures. They did not realize the hidden meaning in Su Yu's words. Song Qingshan grabbed one, and Li Hao did the same. The 2 of them were pleasantly surprised and flipped it open. But at this moment, a terrifying aura suddenly descended on the scene. A cold voice filled with deep hatred reverberated in everyone's ears. You killed the people of the Empire of Darkness, stole my treasures, and you still dare to stay here. You are not just any coward. Everyone's hearts suddenly jumped. Apart from Song Qingshan, the rest of them froze, turning their heads to look. 3 people had appeared at the entrance of the canyon. A 4th level upper tier Holy King, a 4th level peak Holy King, and a 5th level lower tier, Holy King. Besides them, there was also the injured 5th level Holy King Snow Lion. The 5th level Holy King leading them was a young man with a cold expression and a pair of icy eyes. He stared at them coldly. 2 5th level Holy Kings. Song Qingshan's throat seemed to be blocked by something. A fear of death spread throughout his body, as if he had been electrocuted. With such a lineup, they would be completely annihilated. Li Hao's heart trembled. As cunning as he was, he quietly put down the jade box in his hands and slowly retreated, explaining, "Your female companion was not killed by me. I did not have the time to look at the contents of the jade box." Song Qingshan seemed to have realized as well. He hurriedly put down the jade box and cautiously retreated, growling, "We have no intention of becoming enemies with you. Don't push us too far." The 5th level Holy King's cold expression swept past the cold corpse of the delicate lady, his hatred soaring to the heavens. He laughed angrily. "Push us too far? You are standing beside Yuera's corpse, holding her treasures in your hands, and you are telling me that she was not killed by you? Could it be that the murder left it for you? You are the ones who have gone too far." The 4 of them were a mix of green and red, unable to defend themselves. In their hearts, they were filled with regret. These treasures were really left for them by Suyu. If they had known this would happen, why would they have coveted the treasures? If they had left earlier, they would not have encountered such a terrifying enemy. Kill them. Feed them to the Snow Lion. The 5th level Holy King took large strides forward. The Snow Lion breathed in and out a terrifying blue-cold energy, charging forward. "Split up and escape. Everyone that can escape counts." Song Qingshan's expression changed. He let out a loud roar and quickly escaped. At this moment, the 4 of them suddenly remembered the words Suyu had left before he left. "You guys take care of yourselves. I hope that someone will save you." Now it seemed that Suyu had already detected the arrival of the murderer. At the same time that they were angry at Suyu for intentionally concealing the truth, the crowd felt like they had to suffer in silence, and they were filled with unspeakable regret, if not for their ingratitude, causing Suyu to be deeply disappointed. How could they have fallen into such a state? They had only themselves to blame. Whoosh, whoosh. With regret and fear, the 4 of them split up and escaped. 2 hours later, 2 4th level peak Holy King disciples knelt on the ground in fear. Song Qingshan and Li Hao had escaped with injuries. The 2 of them were captured and interrogated. They spat out everything they knew. What? Yuera was really killed by a 3rd level lower tier Holy King disciple. The 4th level upper tier Holy King member of the Empire of Darkness had a look of unforgettable hatred. "Li Xiaowei, please allow me to capture and kill this thief." The 4th level upper tier Holy King's eyes were filled with murderous intent as he knelt and begged. The 5th level Holy King was Li Xiaowei. In the Empire of Darkness, he held the position of lieutenant and was their superior. "Yes, Qingyu, go ahead. Yuera has an engagement with you. You should personally settle this grudge." Li Xiaowei was at ease with Qingyu and thought highly of him. He was the one who arranged the engagement between Yuera and Qingyu. Qingyu gratefully bowed and left in a flash. After he left, only the 4th level peak Holy King and Li Xiaowei were left. "Sir Lieutenant, that human lad is very strange. Would it be dangerous to let Qingyu go alone?" The 4th level peak Holy King was worried. Li Xiaowei shook his head. "Don't worry in terms of real combat power. Qingyu does not lose to you only. In the camp I belong to, he has the most potential and is the most irreplaceable. Don't worry about him. Immediately search for the 4th level peak Holy King disciple that escaped." "Yes." Wang Li bowed. However, a strange look flashed past his eyes. Suyu flew for a day. When he was sure that the terrifying formation had not pursued him, he was completely at ease. After finding a hidden place with overlapping ice mountains, Suyu hid in a cave and took out the ice crystal marrow. Suyu had only felt the terrifying cold energy from the icy pearl. Although it was not as strong, it was not far off. This drop of ice crystal marrow was a liquid formed by the condensation of extremely cold energy. It contained a terrifying cold energy. To a normal person, it was a fatal item. But to Suyu, it was a great supplement. He opened his mouth and swallowed it. A powerful cold energy spread throughout his body. Crack! His body was quickly frozen. Sigh of ice, under the influence of the cold energy, quickly circulated and absorbed the surrounding spirit energy, causing Suyu's cultivation level to increase steadily. Suyu, who was sealed in ice, began to comprehend the artifact control technique and the nameless immortal level technique in his mind. Even though the latter only had a few hundred words, he could more or less comprehend a little. It was a pity to abandon it like this. 3 days later, Suyu gradually awoke from the ice. His cultivation level had unknowingly stepped into 3rd level upper tier, Holy King. The amount of spirit energy he had at that moment was double that of someone of the same cultivation level, not to mention a 3rd level Holy King. He could even put up a fight against a 4th level upper tier Holy King in terms of spirit energy. But the technique that had made the greatest progress was the artifact control technique. 3 whole days, when time was sped up 200 times, was equivalent to 2 years in the outside world. Even though he had not comprehended it to lower tier, he was not far from it. Looking at the divine ice ring again, Suyu's eyes were filled with excitement. Giving the divine ice ring to me is such a waste. It has never been able to unleash its true power, only revealing a sliver of its power. As the artifact control technique says, Master's divine weapon is just ordinary metal in the hands of an outsider. Closing his eyes again, Suyu quietly waited for the ice seal to be lifted. But just as he closed his eyes, he was alarmed. When he opened his eyes again, a person had suddenly appeared 10 meters in front of him. It was Chengyu. Die. Chengyu's face was filled with hatred. Taking advantage of the fact that Suyu was still sealed in ice, he wanted to kill him. Suyu's expression changed, his heart filled with doubt. How did Chengyu discover his exact location? Chapter 145. Bang! The cold ice shattered, and a frightening palm of spiritual energy attacked Suyu's head. At the critical moment, Suyu's cold eyes shot over. He flicked his right index finger. The divine ice ring on his finger emitted a dazzling cold light. It was like a dazzling sun and moon, making it hard for people to look at it directly. Ice God protection! A low shout came from within the dazzling icy light. Just at this moment, Chengyu suddenly slapped his palm. Bang! The feeling of hitting something solid was transmitted to his palm. However, Chengyu did not rejoice over the fact that he had hit his target. Instead, he immediately retracted his palm as if he had been electrocuted. Chila! The moment he retracted his palm, a thin layer of ice condensed on his palm. If he hesitated for even a moment, he might be completely frozen on the spot. When the icy light dissipated, a scene that caused Chengyu to reveal a shocked expression appeared. Within the divine ice ring on Suyu's finger, many divine ice threads appeared. They weaved together to form a blurry helmet that protected his head. A faint palm print was left on the helmet, but Suyu was safe and sound. It was this helmet made from divine ice silk that saved his life. A weapon with sentience. It's a divine artifact. Chengyu was quite shocked. Divine artifacts might not be rare, as they would occasionally appear in the ruins. However, it was rare to hear of a divine weapon that could be used. The reason was that the divine tool could not be changed, and there was no benefit in obtaining it. However, the young man in front of him had a divine artifact that he could use. This was enough to shock Chengyu. Although he was shocked, he did not forget the purpose of this trip. You killed my fiancé. This enmity is absolutely irreconcilable. Not only did Chengyu not rush forward recklessly, he even retreated slightly God, I demon moon. His eyes were like the bright moon in the sky, emitting a faint golden light. The obscure power rippled like water, radiating in all directions. All of a sudden, Su Yu felt dizzy, and he was shocked. Soul attack! The Martial Arts Training Institute of the Xinyu Prefecture had encountered a prodigy of souls, and the person in front of them was the second one. Not good. Su Yu realized that something was amiss. After that strand of soul force entered his mind, it gradually caused him to hallucinate. This was a hallucinatory soul attack. In a battle between experts, victory and defeat could be determined in seconds. Now that he had fallen into a hallucination, wouldn't it mean that he had a slim chance of survival? Buzz, buzz. At this critical moment, the divine nine-dragon cauldron, which had been quiet for a long time, trembled slightly. The faint golden soul force that had invaded his soul was easily swept out of his body. At the critical moment, Su Yu regained consciousness. The evil wind blew, and a frightening palm attacked Su Yu once again. It was Chun Yu, who was very familiar with the technique, taking advantage of the gap to attack. Coupled with the soul attack, not to mention a 4th-level upper tier Holy King of the same level. Even a 4th-level peak Holy King would be in great danger. Without any hesitation, Su Yu unleashed the heavenly punishment of ice and thunder. Ice, lightning, and raging flames interweaved about, containing destructive power. They condensed into a spear that turned into a purple and green beam of light, piercing outwards. Ah, how could you wake up? Chun Yu's expression changed, but he had no time to think. He could only collide with Su Yu's heavenly punishment of ice and thunder. Puff! It was as if 1,000 lightning bolts had descended upon the world, shaking the snowy plains and causing avalanches in all directions. Snowflakes swirled in the air. Amidst the roiling airwaves, Chun Yu vomited blood and flew backward. His face was filled with shock. Demigod grade, holy decree. Fear was one thing, but Chun Yu did not panic. Instead, his gaze became even fiercer. You are died under this move? Good. I want you to die without a corpse. Die without a corpse? Su Yu remembered the corpses that had been gnawed on in the ravine. Could it be that the snow lion had followed him? Chirp! At that moment, a sharp cry reverberated through the sky. A strong demonic beast aura, mixed with a strong gust of wind, blew toward Su Yu. Su Yu looked up and his expression changed. It was a 4th-level upper tier, Holy King Goshawk. Not only that, flocks of normal flying beasts had also arrived. He could actually control demonic beasts and wild beasts. Su Yu finally understood why his exact location could be easily discovered. The ability to control a sky full of flying beasts was comparable to Su Yu's eyesight. No, it was even better than Su Yu's. Creak! The goshawk swooped down from the sky, its sharp claws piercing through the clouds, aiming for Su Yu. This claw caused the wind and clouds to surge, and dust to fly everywhere. Su Yu even felt a wave of pressure pressing his feet into the snow and mud. At the same time, Chun Yu attacked from behind, a human and a demonic beast attacking together, facing 2 4th-level upper tier Holy Kings at the same time. Su Yu felt the pressure, but his eyes remained calm without any fluctuations. Creak! A sky full of divine ice threads shot out majestically from the divine ice ring. A shocking cold energy flowed out from within the divine ice threads. With a creak, countless divine ice threads fused, weaving into a long spear, suddenly piercing towards the goshawk in the sky. At the same time, Su Yu used Purple Star Thunderbolt. A purple lotus flower appeared beneath his feet, surrounded by terrifying thunderbolts, spewing destructive thunderbolts. Rumble! The divine ice threads attacked the goshawk, while Su Yu fought Chun Yu. He was fighting 1 against 2. Thud! 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 Chun Yu retreated a few steps, shocked, his expression extremely gloomy. That damned divine artifact! Attacked together, Chun Yu let out a low grunt, his eyes releasing a golden glow. In an instant, the demonic beasts and flying birds in the sky were extremely agitated. Like raindrops, countless flying birds attacked. Chungyu took advantage of the chaos to attack. Humph! But the divine ice threads changed again, splitting apart one by one. After freezing, they became sharp and hard, scattering in all directions around Suyu. At a glance, Suyu looked like a porcupine. The flying birds that swooped down were all pierced by the ice spikes, unable to disturb Suyu in the slightest. Chungyu was once again struck in the chest by Suyu. Pooh! After being severely injured twice, Chungyu once again spat out a mouthful of blood, stumbling backwards. Slap! In his panic, a cultivation technique fell from his robes. It was a sheepskin scroll, with 4 words written on the cover using soul energy, Divine Eyes Demonic Moon. It was a top-notch legacy level cultivation technique, and it was an extremely rare soul attack cultivation technique. Not good. Chungyu's expression changed, rolling on the ground to grab his own cultivation technique. Suyu's eyes burned. A soul attack legacy level cultivation technique. The Lucian faction did not even have a deity level cultivation technique, much less a legacy level cultivation technique. How could he let go of such a great opportunity in front of him? Seeing that Chungyu was about to snatch it back, Suyu quickly removed his right eye's membrane, revealing a wine-red divine spirit eye to the world. Space manipulation. The moment Chungyu grabbed the cultivation technique, his body was suddenly surrounded by a space energy. When he came to his senses, he was shocked to find that he was 1 meter in front of Suyu. In Suyu's hands, a spear burning with ice and thunder pierced through his body. Ah! With a pathetic shriek, Chungyu's chest was pierced, his body flying 100 meters away, once again spitting out blood. At the same time, in his panic, the sheepskin scroll was forcefully snatched away. Ah! You! Chungyu was furious. However, a purple lotus flew over in an instant. Chungyu's eyes were filled with fear. He had already suffered 3 attacks from Suyu, his body was already injured, and he could no longer fight. Retreat! With a low roar, the eagle in the sky swooped down, grabbing Chungyu and soaring into the sky. Suyu's eyes were cold. You want to leave? Icy divine wings. A cold light flickered on his back, a pair of lifelike wings silently unfurling. Creak! Suyu disappeared from where he stood, and when he reappeared, he was behind the demonic bird. Ah, how is this possible? How many amazing secret techniques do you have? Chungyu was horrified, and his heart was thumping wildly. A frightening spirit energy that surpassed others. The extremely mysterious ring of a divine artifact from the ancient kingdom. The stunning half-divine grade, Holy Decree. The stage 1 top class, Purple Star Thunderbolt. The icy divine wings that were as fast as lightning. If a person of the same cultivation level possessed any one of them, they would be able to dominate the same cultivation level, winning more often than losing. However, Suyu had gathered all of them. A numbing feeling welled up in his heart. This person was too frightening. A strange scene played out in the sky. A 3rd level upper tier Holy King was chasing 2 4th level upper tier Holy Kings, fleeing for their lives. After chasing for some time, Chungyu's heart turned cold, and a sliver of despair emerged. But at that moment, a powerful and frightening aura descended from the sky. Whoosh! Looking at the figure, it was the 4th level peak Holy King of the Empire of Darkness, Wang Li. He had been ordered to capture Li Hao, and had come over to observe after hearing the commotion. Wang Yinwei. Chungyu was overjoyed, as if he had found his savior. He rode the eagle and flew away. Suyu's heart thumped, his pupils dilating. He had actually encountered a 4th level peak Holy King. Quickly kill this person. He has many secret techniques on him, and a powerful divine artifact. Chungyu's heart was at ease. He turned around and laughed coldly, as if he was looking at a dead man. Puff! But at that moment, a sharp gust of wind from a palm suddenly attacked him from behind. The terrifying spirit energy pierced through his chest when he was defenseless. His entire chest had been pierced through from the front to the back, a ghastly bloody hole. Shan Yu tumbled and fell from the sky, his eyes filled with disbelief. Wang Yinwei, his colleague of many years, had actually launched a sneak attack on him. Wang Yinwei, you. Chen Yu could not believe it. Wang Li squinted his eyes, a mixture of hatred and mockery. As he chased after Chen Yu, he let out a cold laugh. I finally have the chance to get rid of you. Yue and I were childhood sweethearts, and we were committed to each other for life. I was supposed to be the vice captain, but you, a prodigy of souls, displayed your talent and usefulness. You caught the eye of Colonel Li, and everything that belonged to me was taken away by you. It doesn't matter that you took away the vice captain position. I was not as skilled as you. But Yue was also taken away by you, and she became your fiancée. Do you know how much I want to kill you? Wang Li rebuked coldly, his killing intent apparent. He had waited for this day for too long. Now that he had a better chance to kill Qingyu, he could push the blame to the Lucian faction disciples. Cheng Yu suddenly realized and shouted angrily, You want to kill me? No way. Retreat. Chirp. The goshawk let out a sharp chirp, streaked across the sky, and fled with Qingyu on its back. Wang Li smiled coldly. Do you think you can run away? Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Wang Li had caught up with the goshawk. A ray of black light gathered on his fingertip, and he pointed it at Qingyu and the goshawk. Qingyu's expression changed. At the critical moment, he ordered the goshawk to turn around and protect him. Chirp! A mournful cry was heard, and a bull-sized hole appeared on the back of the goshawk from the black light. Its body fell rapidly. Qingyu also had a huge hole in its back. His head had vanished without a trace, killing 2 4th-level upper-tier Holy Kings with one finger. This was the power of a 4th-level peak Holy King. With a cold smile, Wang Li watched as a human and a demon fell to the ground, smashed into meat paste. A twisted smile of revenge appeared on his face, following which, his gaze turned and shot behind him. Lad, it's your turn. Even if we disregard the fact that you killed Yue, you still deserve to die for seeing something you should not have seen. Where is everyone? There was nothing behind him. No one was there. Trying to escape? It would be a joke if you could escape the eyes of the Empire of Darkness's scouts. Wang Li's cold eyes scanned the surroundings, rays of white light flashing. In his field of vision, the complex glaciers were completely unobstructed, almost transparent. It was obvious where Su Yu was. Found him. Wang Li's lips formed a sinister smile, his gaze fixed on a mountain. Whoosh! Chapter 146. Boom! Broken rocks flew everywhere, and Su Yu's figure appeared from the bottom of the broken rocks. Su Yu was slightly startled. How did the other party see through the layer of shattered stones and discover him, who was hidden at the bottom? But he didn't have time to think. Wang Li's hand flashed with a black light. The terrifying killing move that he had used to kill Qingyu and the demon bird came crashing down. Su Yu's expression changed slightly as he sensed a deadly crisis looming over him. At the critical moment, he pointed a finger at his left eye and removed the diaphragm. His purple eye emitted a dazzling purple radiance. Seal of time. The formless purple dragon coiled around Wang Li's body, causing his body to be frozen in time. The fatal blow paused for a moment. Seizing the opportunity, Su Yu grasped the heavenly punishment of ice and thunder. The ice and thunder flame, spear, pierced forward. At the same time, Su Yu did not even look at the result. He opened his icy divine wings and flew across the horizon. An earth-shattering roar came from behind him, and waves of qi surged. The destructive power radiated in all directions. However, Su Yu could feel that the other party was not dead. Little brat! A furious roar echoed from within the billowing waves of energy. Amidst the swirling snowflakes, Wang Li's clothes were torn to shreds. There were several bloody wounds on his chest, and a trickle of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. At the critical moment, he finally regained control of his body and hastily blocked the attack. Although he managed to keep his life, he still suffered some superficial wounds. This move had angered Wang Li. Whoosh! As fast as light, Wang Li chased after him furiously. His killing intent was extremely strong. Regardless of whether it was for killing Yue, witnessing him kill Qingyu, or the many secret techniques that Suyu possessed, he could not let Suyu off. However, Suyu's icy divine wings had reached stage 1 upper class. His speed was extremely fast, only slightly slower than Wang Li's. If he wanted to catch up to Suyu, he would need to compete in endurance. Half a month later, Wang Li was furious and filled with hatred. In terms of endurance, Suyu did not lose to him by much. That extraordinary spiritual energy had supported Suyu's escape for half a month. What infuriated Wang Li even more was that Suyu had taken a big detour on the snowfield and returned to the borders of the Wulong snowfield. It was only 30 miles away from the canyon where the disciples of the Lucian faction had been hiding. Once they escaped from the Wulong snowfield and received help from the Lucian faction, the situation would be extremely bad. He was shocked and angry, while Suyu was exhausted. His opponent's eyes were extremely strange, and no matter how hard Suyu tried to hide it, he was still able to see through it with a single glance. Suyu found it unimaginable. In the past half a month, he had very little time to rest. He had been fleeing with all his might, and he was extremely exhausted. Seeing that Wang Li was catching up to him, Suyu used the same trick again. Time seal. Heavenly punishment of ice and thunder. The two attacks worked together to inflict light injuries on Wang Li and buy him some time. Seizing the opportunity, Suyu flew into the sky. However, the aura of pursuit soon came from behind him. Suyu was slightly anxious. His spiritual energy had been depleted, and his physical strength was weak. Hence, he could not stay for long. If this continued, he would be caught. At this moment, he flew past a wolf den. Several snow wolves were sleeping soundly in the cave. Suyu had a thoughtful look on his face. Clenching his teeth, Suyu dived down. Let's take a gamble. Let's see if my guess is correct. His divine ice threads shot out and bound a few snow wolves that were on alert and trying to escape. Suyu entered the wolf's den. Beneath the wolf den was a 10,000-year-old glacier. As the divine ice threads stirred with all their might, they instantly dug out an ice pit. Without hesitation, Suyu leaped into the ice pit and pulled the divine ice threads, forcefully wrapping a few snow wolves above his head. From afar, within the wolf den, a few snow wolves were hugging each other and sleeping. Nothing out of the ordinary. That was because not only were their limbs tied up, even their mouths were tied up. Whoosh! At this moment, a cold laugh could be heard. Finally not escaping, Wang Li had accurately located Suyu's location. However, after landing, his expression froze. It's the snow wolves, not Suyu? Cunning kid. To think that you managed to escape my search radius. Wang Li looked around coldly, hurriedly flying into the sky. He searched everywhere, his eyes filled with anxiety. Suyu had seen him kill Qingyu with his own eyes. If he had been caught by Li Xiaowei, then thump, thump, Wang Li panicked for the first time. He clenched his teeth, dragging his exhausted body as he searched everywhere. A moment later, there was a slight movement in the depths of the wolf den. Suyu's head popped out, and his face revealed an expression as if he had expected it. The reason why he could catch up to me is probably because of the temperature of my human body. In the boundless, icy snowfield, the temperature emitted by a human is like a torch. Hence, no matter how I hide, he can still see through me with a glance. Now a few snow wolves emit the same temperature, and I managed to fool him. After some thought, Suyu did not leave. Instead, he hid himself. Wang Li must not have gone far. If he were to rush out now, he would not be able to escape after losing his stamina and spirit energy. Taking a deep breath, Suyu took out the mystic moonlit demon eyes as he recuperated. This was an incomplete legacy-level technique, only the first stage. Suyu was disappointed for a moment, then relieved. A soul attack technique is extremely rare. To be able to obtain the first stage is already a blessing. But who exactly is the Empire of Darkness? Suyu fell into deep thought. The leader of the Sea Wolves pirates, a mere second-level Holy King, had a legacy-level technique. Qingyu, on the other hand, was an extremely rare soul prodigy. Wang Li was an expert in hunting, and Suyu had been chased for half a month. The abilities each of them displayed were unimaginable. At the same time, a legacy-level technique was not that valuable to them. A second-level lower tier, Holy King, was qualified to cultivate it. This was unimaginable in the Lucian faction. Those who were qualified to cultivate a legacy-level technique had to be inner sanctum disciples who had contributed to the faction. Even if they did not contribute, they had still worked hard, like the deputy clan master of the External Affairs Division, Qinggang. Usually, only a fourth-level Holy King was qualified. In the Empire of Darkness, even a normal silver-robed guard could cultivate it. Thinking for a moment, Suyu shook his head. This should be something for the higher-ups of the faction to worry about. The Empire of Darkness's tentacles had already extended into the Lucian faction's territory. Retracting his thoughts, Suyu flipped through the mystic, moonlit demon eyes. Soul attack secret techniques. The first stage is split into lower class, upper class, and peak class. At lower class, one can cultivate the mystic, moonlit demon eyes, able to cause the enemy to fall into a hallucination. With proficiency, one can control demonic beasts with weaker souls. At upper class, the hallucination effect is strengthened, able to hallucinate enemies 3 levels higher than oneself and control demonic beasts 3 levels higher than oneself. At peak class, the hallucination effect is at its peak, able to make the hallucinator commit suicide with just a word, killing without leaving a trace. The difficulty of cultivation is determined by the strength of one's soul talent. A weak talent takes 10 years to learn. A strong talent takes 2 years. It all depends on one's luck. Suyu's eyes flashed with hope. He could actually control demonic beasts. Calming himself, Suyu simultaneously studied the mystic, moonlit demon eyes, the artifact control technique, and the nameless immortal level technique. 10 days passed in a flash. Snow fell from the sky. In this silent and cold world, only the sound of snowflakes could be heard. Thump, but on this day, a figure descended outside the wolf's den. It was Wang Li, who had been out searching for 10 days. His face was as pale as paper, his breathing erratic, lacking in spirit energy. His face showed deep exhaustion. What was most surprising was that there were several savage claw marks on his body, as if he had been attacked by demonic beasts. No one knew that within 10 days he had searched a 1,000-mile radius, even expanding his search to the pine forest outside of the Wulong snowfield. In the pine forest, he had unexpectedly been surrounded by a group of demonic beasts, almost dying. But after 10 whole days, despite his exhaustion, he still could not find Suyu. He had also searched this wolf's den multiple times. Finally, he discovered a detail that he had overlooked. Now that he had returned, he saw that there were a few snow wolves in the cave, skinny and unconscious, but still in deep sleep. "Lad, you have been hiding here all along." Wang Li's expression turned gloomy, filled with anger. "Looks like you have already seen through my method of searching for enemies. It is my fault for not being thorough enough, to have overlooked a detail. In such a cold winter, the snow wolves need to replenish their food. Why would they stay in the cave for 10 consecutive days? There is only one answer. They are trapped, unable to find food." Wang Li clenched his teeth, deeply blaming himself. If he had discovered this detail earlier, would he have wasted 10 days searching for nothing? Slap! The sound of ice breaking could be heard from within the cave. Following that, a purple figure descended. Su Yu's eyes opened slightly, a golden glow flashing past. He smiled. Who can you blame for your own stupidity? The veins on Wang Li's forehead throbbed. Lad, it's all over. Is that so? Wait till you catch up to me. After resting for 10 days, Su Yu had fully recovered. He extended his icy divine wings and flew out of the Wulong snowfield. Wang Li clenched his teeth, dragging his exhausted body as he chased after Su Yu. Even if his stamina and spirit energy were depleted, he was still no match for Su Yu. The chase continued for an entire day. The two of them left the Wulong snowfield, entering the dense pine forest. Compared to the snowfield, the terrain within the pine forest was more complicated with many wild beasts. It was difficult for Wang Li to easily find Su Yu, but Su Yu was unfamiliar with the place, while Wang Li had searched for 5 to 6 days. Hence, he was more familiar with the place than Su Yu, gradually catching up to Su Yu. Lad, you have nowhere to run. Any deeper, and you will reach the gathering place of the demonic beasts. You will either be eaten by the demonic beasts or die by my hands. Wang Li laughed coldly, but Su Yu suddenly turned his head, a mocking smile on his face. The feng shui here is not bad. I will send you on your way here. You? I should be the one saying that. Wang Li was not worried. Instead, he was overjoyed. He dashed forward, a faint black glow forming on his fingertips. Su Yu's expression was calm, his eyes glowing with a cold light. Heavenly punishment of ice and thunder. With a low grunt, Su Yu revolved the spirit energy in his body, fighting with all his might. Rumble. A deafening roar reverberated through the sky. Thud, thud, thud. Su Yu took a few steps back, while Wang Li flew back 10 meters, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The moment they clashed, the victor was decided. How is this possible? In just 10 days, your spirit energy has increased by another 30%. You're stronger than me at my peak. Wang Li's expression turned rigid, aghast. How could he have known that after being chased for 10 days in the snowy plains, with his body depleted of spirit energy, coupled with the cold environment, the Sai of the Ice Celestial had broken through to stage 1 top class. His current spirit energy was 1, 3 times that of someone of the same level. He was vaguely stronger than a 4th level peak Holy King. If Wang Li was at his peak, relying only on his spirit energy, so you would have to be careful when fighting him. But in the past 10 days, his spirit energy had been severely depleted. In addition, he had been led by the nose by Su Yu, running for a day and a night. His spirit energy had been completely depleted. In this battle, Su Yu naturally had the upper hand. A sense of foreboding welled up in his heart. Wang Li panicked, as if he had fallen into a trap. Clenching his teeth, Wang Li retreated. He would chase after Su Yu once he recovered. Chapter 147. Heavenly punishment of ice and thunder. Wang Li hurriedly tried to block, but his spirit energy was depleted and he could not withstand the blow. Rumble! Ah! With a pathetic cry, Wang Li's arms exploded. His abdomen had been pierced by the spear of divine punishment, creating a large, bloody hole. Fresh blood splattered everywhere, flesh splattering everywhere. Stop! I swear I will not hunt you down again. Wang Li dragged his injured body as he fled, turning back to plead with Su Yu. His eyes were filled with hatred. Even if he had recovered 20% of his strength and spirit energy, he was confident he could kill Su Yu with his injured body. Purple Star Thunderbolt. What answered him was a giant purple lotus. It was beautiful and elegant, but it emitted a terrifying destructive power. Rumble! Ah, he was once again sent flying 100 meters away. His body was a bloody mess, giving off a burnt smell. Half of his body had been destroyed by the thunder flames. Junior, don't push me too far. Wang Li roared, his eyes glowing fiercely. He looked like a cornered beast. Su Yu calmly said, "Pushing me too far is better than being silenced. Glazed ice flame." Creak! Ah! Wang Li had suffered 3 consecutive blows. He was on the brink of death. His heart was filled with regret. If he had known Su Yu was so difficult to deal with, he would have been more cautious when he attacked. Now he had fallen into a desperate situation. But knowing that he was going to die, Wang Li was furious. "Junior, even if I die, you won't have it easy." Whoosh! Mobilizing the last of his strength, Wang Li fought back. At this moment, he was like a wild beast, valiantly pouncing forward without fear of death, attacking with an undaunted stance. Su Yu's gaze was calm. He took a few steps back, maintaining a certain distance from Wang Li to avoid a desperate counterattack. One was like a wild beast, the other was at ease. The forest rumbled as the battle continued. After half a day, Wang Li was finally exhausted. Not only was his body heavily injured, his stamina and spirit energy depleted. In his eyes, Su Yu, who was also a little tired, flew over and thrust the heavenly punishment of ice and thunder at him. "It's all over now." Rumble. But just as the heavenly punishment of ice and thunder was about to strike, whoosh! A silhouette suddenly flashed out from a hidden place and smacked Wang Li's head with a palm, completely ending his life. The swiftness of his speed, the strength of his aura, and the abruptness of his appearance caused others to be caught off guard. Wang Li only had time to let out a scream before his head was smashed to pieces without any resistance. The strange figure squatted down and searched his body for a token. The person played with the token in his hand and slowly raised his head. His eyes were filled with playfulness. "Junior brother Su, you've worked hard. I won't stand on ceremony and accept the credit for killing him. Li Hao." Su Yu's eyes were filled with cold, murderous intent. He had been so engrossed in the battle that he hadn't noticed when Li Hao, the venomous snake, had been hiding nearby. He had been hiding in the dark, waiting for Su Yu to take the risk and exhaust Wang Li to death before revealing himself to take advantage of the situation. However, the merit was no longer important. What was important was something else. Between him and Li Hao, only one could live. Li Hao hated the humiliation of Su Yu stealing his wife, and he was determined to kill Su Yu. Su Yu was worried that Li Hao would go crazy and implicate the innocent Xia Jingyu. He had to get rid of this threat. Between them, there would be no rest until death. Now that they were far away from the faction and there was no one around, they could fight to the death. But in the battle just now, Wang Li's desperate counterattack had exhausted more than half of Su Yu's stamina and spirit energy, greatly reducing his abilities. On the other hand, Li Hao was hiding in the dark, his abilities at their peak, and he definitely had a higher cultivation level than Su Yu. Even at his peak, Su Yu would not be able to defeat Li Hao, much less now. "All right, Su Yu, it's time for me to send you on your way. Tainting my woman? I'll skin you alive." Li Hao's playful expression faded, his handsome features suddenly becoming ferocious, like a savage beast. Whoosh! Suppressing the killing intent in his heart, Su Yu flew deeper into the pine needle forest while he still had his stamina and spirit energy. Licking his lips, Li Hao was like a hunter who had found his prey. His ferocious expression was even more sinister in the forest. "Sleeping with my woman? I want you to die in fear." Whoosh! Li Hao chased after Wang Li, his speed far surpassing that of the exhausted Wang Li. The distance between the two of them was slowly closing. After chasing for half a day, the distance between the two of them was finally less than 100 meters. "Run like a stray dog. Run to your heart's content. I'll catch up to you soon." Li Hao's twisted expression revealed the joy of revenge. Looking at the approaching figure of Su Yu, Li Hao's killing intent intensified. The humiliation of being cuckolded was about to be washed away. Roar! However, at that moment, a deafening roar shook the pine forest. A giant lion covered in flames roared as it charged out from the depths of the pine forest. Its body was huge, the size of a small house. Its abilities had reached the terrifying level of a 4th level upper tier, Holy King. This was the infamous Flaming Lion. Its abilities were at least at 4th level, Holy King. Flaming lions usually lived in groups. The appearance of one meant that there was a whole group of them nearby. Just thinking about it made one's scalp go numb. Li Hao could not help but let out a sinister laugh. Haha. In front of you is a group of flaming lions. Behind you is me, Li Hao. Su Yu, looks like even the heavens are not on your side. Let's see where you can run to today. However, the next moment, his sinister laugh suddenly froze. Divine eyes, demonic moon. In an instant, Su Yu's eyes emitted a resplendent golden light. It was as if 2 bright moons had suddenly risen in the dark forest. The golden light expelled all darkness. The obscure undulations were like ripples that were reflected in all directions. Soul attack? You are a prodigy of souls? Li Hao was shocked. Su Yu had only trained Divine Eyes Demonic Moon to stage 1. Hence it was not a threat to Li Hao. Even so, it was enough to shock Li Hao. The extremely rare prodigy of souls had actually come from Su Yu. It was rumored that prodigies of souls would be extremely terrifying in the future. There was once a prodigy of souls who had destroyed a civilization. A chill ran through his heart. He could not let Su Yu live. However, before he could make a move, the flaming lion's eyes turned sluggish. The huge body that was pouncing towards Su Yu suddenly froze, giving up on attacking Su Yu, instead roaring as it charged towards Li Hao. What? He can even control demonic beasts. Li Hao's expression changed, a bad premonition welling up in his heart. If Su Yu entered the group of demonic beasts, wouldn't he be like a fish in water? Evil creature, scram. Li Hao panicked, suddenly striking ruthlessly, sending the flaming lion the size of a house flying with a slap. Taking advantage of this gap, Su Yu flew forward. Roar! Dashing out of the coniferous pine forest, he appeared on a rather spacious plain filled with rocks. A scorching heat assaulted his senses. The 9 flaming lions had sensed the commotion and were flying forward. Each lion was at least a 4th level lower tier Holy King, and the strongest was a 4th level upper tier Holy King. A total of 9 of them pounced together, as if they were burning a city. Su Yu was not worried, but happy. Divine Eyes, Demonic Moon. The brilliant golden light illuminated the sky, and the 9 demonic beasts were enchanted at the same time. Hold him back. Su Yu let out a low grunt, and the 9 flaming lions roared, pouncing towards Li Hao. Su Yu spread his icy divine wings, preparing to escape. However, from the corner of his eye, he saw the cave of the flaming lions, and his pupils shrank, his heart thumping wildly. The cave was not deep, and he could see the depths with a single glance. It was filled with treasures. Many of them were spiritual treasures that were difficult to obtain in the outside world, containing rich spiritual energy. There were even 2 items that could be considered rare treasures. These were all reserves of food that the blazing flame lion had found in the depths of the mountains where humans rarely went. If he were to bring them back to the faction, it would be a huge merit. After struggling for a moment, Su Yu clenched his teeth. Let's fight. Running for his life was not the best plan. He could escape for a while, but he could not escape forever. Rather than living in fear like a stray dog, he might as well fight for his life. Whoosh! Flying into the cave, Su Yu grabbed 2 of the most precious spiritual treasures and swallowed them. Thump! Thump! The powerful and violent spiritual energy entered his body, like a stampede of 10,000 horses, causing Su Yu's blood to flow rapidly, his heart to beat wildly. After all, they were unrefined natural treasures, and there were many impurities. After swallowing them, the violent energy caused his body to feel extreme pain. However, Su Yu stared at Li Hao, his eyes filled with determination, and he opened his mouth to swallow them continuously. The powerful energy caused his cultivation base to rise crazily. An aura close to that of a 3rd level peak Holy King, was hidden. Li Hao attacked furiously, sending a flaming lion flying with one palm. Whether it was lower tier or upper tier, in front of a 4th level peak Holy King, they were like pieces of paper, unable to withstand a single blow. 1 lion, 2 lions, 3 lions. With each lion Li Hao sent flying, he took a step closer to the cave that Su Yu was in. 4 lions, 5 lions, 6 lions. The remaining 3 flaming lions blocked the entrance of the cave, firmly protecting Su Yu. Only 3 steps left. Slap! The 7th flaming lion was sent flying. Li Hao took a step forward, his lips filled with a cold, murderous intent. An ant who had just entered the faction dares to encroach on my woman. I, Li Hao, have never experienced such humiliation in my life. Your death is not to be regretted. Slap! The 8th flaming lion was sent flying. Li Hao took a step forward. Only the last flaming lion was left in front of him. I will cut you up with my own hands. I, Li Hao, will not let go of anyone close to you. Li Hao's face was distorted. He roared like a maniac, brazenly attacking. Slap! The 9th flaming lion was sent flying, revealing the cave and Su Yu. There was no longer any separation between the two of them. Li Hao's expression was fierce, his hatred overflowing. The humiliation in his heart was unbearable. He stared at Su Yu, who was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. His facial features were scrunched up like an angry lion, venting the hatred in his heart. After you die, I, Li Hao, will toy with everyone close to you to death. I will make them hate you, because you have implicated them. The humiliation of having his fiancée forcefully taken away had caused Li Hao to sink into obsession and madness. He had never thought that all of this was because he had schemed against Su Yu in the first place, overreaching himself and allowing Su Yu to possess Yin Yan. It could be said that he had brought this upon himself. However, Li Hao did not reflect on himself at all. He only had a bellyful of resentment. Boom! A ball of terrifying spirit energy surrounded Li Hao's palm, carrying with it a terrifying killing intent. He let out a vengeful smile. You, your friends, all have to die. And that bitch Yin Yan. Does she think she will be fine hiding in the Yun family? When I break through to 5th level Holy King, I will personally visit the Yun family. She betrayed me. I want her to forever be a plaything under my crotch, to be ravaged by me. The twisted Li Hao had gone completely mad, his palm ruthlessly coming towards Su Yu. But just as he was about to kill Su Yu, his eyes slowly opened. A beam of light burst forth. The air current swirled. The majestic spirit energy seemed to have been summoned, entering Su Yu's body. His cultivation base had finally broken through the shackles, reaching 3rd level peak Holy King. Whoosh! A powerful aura burst forth from Su Yu's body. It set off a strong wave, causing his silver hair to dance wildly. Chapter 148. Li Hao was slightly stunned. You've broken through? His grin deepened. Who do you think you are, fighting to the death with me? Even though you've broken through to 3rd level peak Holy King, in my eyes, you can only run away. Cloud-breaking kick. Li Hao's words were filled with disdain, but his actions were cautious. He switched from a normal palm strike to the leg technique he was best at. His leg shot out, bringing with it a series of afterimages. The terrifying spirit energy gathered on his leg, rolling like angry clouds in the sky. The clouds surged. The power to shatter the clouds arrived in an instant. The stage 1 upper class of a legacy level technique, coupled with a 4th level Holy King cultivation level, exploded with absolute power. Crack! A strong energy attacked Su Yu. His purple robe blazed, his silver hair dancing in the wind. His deep eyes were filled with an icy cold, killing intent. Heavenly punishment of ice and thunder. Su Yu let out a low grunt. A spear of ice and thunder formed in his palm, thrusting forward. A leg and a spear collided in midair. Rumble. After a deafening roar, Li Hao retreated. The sinister smile on his face suddenly froze. Bewilderment surged in his eyes. Your spiritual energy is actually not inferior to mine. This was unbelievable. A third-level peak Holy King could have spirit energy comparable to a fourth-level peak Holy King. Su Yu's eyes were filled with killing intent. Before he could finish a sentence, he had already charged forward. Li Hao's surprise disappeared, his face filled with anger. Humph! You damn thing! The more you resist, the uglier your death will be. I only used 50% of my strength just now. Now it's time to end this. Li Hao took a deep breath, the spirit energy deep within his body surging. In an instant, it surpassed his peers by 10%. In the faction, Li Hao had cultivated the 1,000-thread mantra, which expanded his spirit energy to stage 1 lower class. At the same time, the spirit energy he had held back just now surged to his calf. A scalp-numbing spirit energy surged crazily. Cloud-breaking kick. It was the same kick that could shake the clouds, but its power had increased by 50%. That kick could shatter the clouds, destroying everything in its path, causing Su Yu to feel the threat of death. But his eyes were as calm as still water. Not only did he not prepare a powerful technique, he put down his palm and calmly said, "Indeed, it's time to end this." Li Hao's heart skipped a beat. What did Su Yu's words mean? However, there was no time to think. Filled with killing intent, he attacked. You, your family, and Yun Yan, I want them all to die a horrible death. Only when he was right in front of Su Yu did he finally move his finger. In an instant, a ball of icy light dazzled the world, exceptionally dazzling. The divine ice ring trembled slightly, letting out a joyful sound. Countless divine ice threads sprayed out and weaved into a fist the size of a human head. Boom! A shrill scream was heard. Li Hao's sinister smile froze, and what gradually replaced it was pain and fear. After his right leg was struck by the strange fist weaved from the divine ice threads, his bones broke and the flesh on his leg froze and exploded. After the collision, his right leg was badly mutilated, and half of it was crippled. Intense pain assaulted his soul, causing him to scream like a pig being slaughtered. He staggered a few steps and fell on his butt. At this moment, his heart instantly turned cold. A wave of fear spread from the depths of his heart. Su Yu walked over with his hands behind his back, countless divine ice threads dancing behind him, covering the sky and covering the sun. It was as if they were protecting a king, dancing wildly in all directions, freezing all incoming enemies. Could it be a divine artifact? Li Hao's pupils shrank, his body shivering as he uttered words that even he did not dare believe. A divine artifact that even the elders might not possess. Su Yu actually possessed one. This was his most powerful trump card that he had been hiding. His heart thumped wildly. Li Hao's heart sank to the bottom. Even after using your full strength, you are still only SOSO. Su Yu lightly shook his head, indifferently saying, during the 10 days of hiding and training, his artifact control technique had made great progress, touching the edge of lower class. He was just a step away from completely reaching the lower class realm. Even so, the true power of the divine ice ring was revealed to be terrifying. Li Hao felt humiliated. He had actually been defeated by Su Yu, defeated by the man who had taken his fiancée. In his eyes, Su Yu, who could be easily toyed with by him, was actually stronger than him, following which, the humiliation in his heart was quickly replaced by a life and death crisis. Escape. Su Yu, who possessed a divine artifact, was like an insurmountable mountain. After successfully escaping, he would think of a way to get rid of Su Yu from behind the scenes. The people around him would all receive retribution. As for that bitch Yin Yan, she could not be forgiven. Whoosh! Condensing his spirit energy into a pair of wings, Li Hao broke through the air to escape. If a fourth-level Holy King wanted to escape, his speed was so fast that it would be difficult to catch up. But when Li Hao turned his head to look, Su Yu was still standing at his original position with his hands behind his back, not giving chase. Just as he was feeling suspicious, a scene that caused his pupils to shrink suddenly appeared. Whoosh, whoosh. The divine ice threads around Su Yu's body seemed to have received the command of a king, suddenly weaving into a terrifying arrow. The arrow was 10 feet long, pointing towards the sky, locking onto Li Hao. Li Hao felt his scalp go numb. What kind of divine artifact is that? Can it transform into anything? But he did not have time to think. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 10 feet long arrow flew through the clouds, causing the sky to tremble as it shot towards Su Yu. The ice that could freeze everything, destroying everything. Not good. Li Hao's expression changed. He flapped his wings, quickly dodging the arrow. But the cold energy emitted by the arrow caused the surrounding air to freeze. He was unable to dodge, unable to do so. Creak! The arrow pierced through his shoulder, its powerful force nailing him into the stone wall. The heart-wrenching pain caused Li Hao to let out a pitiful cry. Looking at Su Yu walking in the air with his hands behind his back, Li Hao was terrified. The fear of death caused his entire body to tremble. Deep regret welled up in his heart. If he had a choice, he would never provoke Su Yu again. Ah! With a painful roar, Li Hao tore apart his shoulder, mutilating his right arm to escape from the arrow. He then fled in panic like a stray dog. Su Yu, we are fellow disciples of the same faction. Why must you be so ruthless? As Li Hao fled, he turned his head back and said, You and I will stop here. I swear that I will never cause trouble for you or your friends again. And Yunyan, if you want her, I can even help you pressure her to submit and marry you. Su Yu calmly chased after him. Without turning his head, he grabbed at the stone wall. Creak! The divine ice threads that had turned into an arrow turned back into a ball of thread and flew back into Su Yu's palm, docile and intelligent. You have forgotten, this is a battle to the death. Su Yu's expression was calm as usual. With a flick of his finger, the divine ice threads in his palm weaved into a 1,000 zhang long chain. Creak! The chain flew through the air, arriving in a flash. The heavily injured, Li Hao could only use his spirit energy to protect his body, blocking the chain 30 zhang away from his body. From afar, Li Hao was trapped by the chain from head to toe, unable to escape. Fight to the death? There was only one meaning in Li Hao's heart. That was, only when Su Yu died would the battle end. But at this moment, the meaning was completely reversed. If he, Li Hao, did not die, Su Yu would not rest. Feeling death approaching, Li Hao's eyes were bloodshot as he roared, You really want to kill me? You have to leave a way out for yourself. Leave a way out? Su Yu's eyes were ice cold. I do not like to kill, but you must die. For Jingyu, for Xiener, and for Yunyan. If he let such a venomous snake go today, they would be the victims tomorrow. How could Su Yu be merciful when he had to eliminate all evil? If they were to be harmed one day, Su Yu would never be at peace. The last shred of hope in his heart was extinguished. Li Hao let out a venomous roar. Su Yu! I will not let you off even if I become a ghost. Then I shall destroy your soul. Su Yu's expression was calm, unaffected by the venomous roar, his finger lightly tugging. Creak! The intertwining chains instantly split into many sharp, transparent threads. With the force, the threads suddenly tightened. Crack! Thump! Li Hao's protective spirit energy was sliced open on the spot. Countless threads capable of slicing through anything penetrating his body. In an instant, pieces of neatly sliced flesh fell from the sky. Not even his bones remained. A tragic way of dying. With Li Hao gone, Su Yu felt much more at ease. Li Hao was like a thorn in his heart, making it difficult for him to rest. Su Yu would not allow what had happened to Zhao Guang to happen again. Retracting his divine ice threads, Su Yu descended and found Wang Li's token. With this, Su Yu had killed a total of 3 members of the Empire of Darkness. The Pretty Lady at 4th level lower tier Holy King, Qing Yu at 4th level upper tier Holy King, and Wang Li at 4th level peak Holy King. Of the 4 members of the group of murderers, 3 had been killed by Su Yu alone. According to the honor calculation, Su Yu had obtained a total of 35 honor points and 35 medium-grade marrow cleansing elixirs. The harvest from this trip was greater than he had expected. Not only had he obtained the rare secret soul attack technique, Moon Eyes, but he had also obtained the artifact control technique, an ancient secret technique that allowed him to control divine artifacts, as well as a fragment of an immortal level technique that he had yet to fully comprehend. His cultivation level had also risen to 3rd level lower tier, Holy King, all the way to 3rd level peak Holy King, only a step away from 4th level Holy King. If he could successfully obtain the high-grade marrow cleansing elixir rewarded by the faction, he would be able to become a 4th level Holy King, fulfilling the registration requirements for the Xianyun contest. Half a month had passed, and there were only a few days left before the registration ended. It's time to go back and participate in the registration. Su Yu clenched his fists, his lips forming a confident smile. Xienar, wait for me. There will definitely be a place for me. Su Yu in the ancient Xianyun temple. I'll get the phoenix blood elixir for you. Rumble. Ah. Suddenly, the sound of an intense battle could be heard. From the horizon, 3 terrifying auras were rolling toward them. At a glance, a snow-white snow lion that was the size of a small hill and a cold and resolute young man joined forces to pursue a young man that was covered in blood. The one being chased was Song Qingshan, and the people chasing him were Li Xiaowei and that terrifying snow lion. With their combined forces, how could Song Qingshan be a match for them? Retreating step by step, he could only run for his life. His clothes were torn, and there was a terrifying claw mark on his chest, nearly splitting him in half. His abdomen had also suffered a vicious palm strike, and his flesh was a mess. Under such a chase, danger surrounded them. Su Yu knew this was not good. This coniferous pine forest was one of the routes to leave the Wulong snowfield. As luck would have it, Song Qingshan's escape route was this one. Su Yu wanted to avoid it, but it was too late. What made Su Yu even more furious was that Song Qingshan's sharp eyes had suddenly discovered Su Yu's presence. A vicious look flashed past his eyes, and he shouted at the pursuing Li Xiaowei, "He is Su Yu, the one who killed your members. He is also a disciple of the Lucian faction. He has seen all the treasures in the 2 jade boxes. Every debt has its debtor. You can just look for him." After saying this, he fled in another direction. Su Yu was furious. Chapter 149. Roar! The slightly intelligent snow lion glared at Su Yu with its ferocious bloody eyes, roaring. Obviously, it had an impression of Su Yu. First, Song Qingshan had betrayed him. Then the snow lion was enraged. Li Xiaowei could confirm that the one who killed the delicate lady was Su Yu. "It's you." Li Xiaowei's cold face was covered in frost. "Snow Lion, I'll leave him to you," Li Xiaowei ordered coldly, chasing after Song Qingshan himself. In terms of individual combat power, the Snow Lion was weaker than Song Qingshan without a leader, so he had to personally pursue Su Yu. Roar! The Snow Lion let out a roar. Su Yu's figure was reflected in its ferocious, blood-red eyes. Like a small mountain, it came crashing down. Su Yu's expression changed. A 5th-level Holy King demonic beast. Whoosh! Su Yu immediately spread his icy divine wings, escaping. Rumble! But he only managed to escape for a moment. A black shadow attacked from behind. Looking back, the Snow Lion had easily caught up to Su Yu. A mouthful of icy blue energy was spat out. Creak! The air froze blue. The pine needle forest within 100-meter radius froze. Su Yu's back was also frozen. A piercing pain welled up in his heart. The blue ice invaded his body, continuously freezing it, turning his flesh into blue ice shards. What a terrifying cold energy! It was comparable to the cold energy of the icy pearl in the icy azure lake. At the critical moment, Suyu let out a low grunt, the blue cold energy in his body turning into flames that spread throughout his body, expelling the blue cold energy from his body. The two were in a stalemate for a moment, but the blue cold energy was finally expelled from his body due to lack of support. Roar! The snow lion roared, once again spitting out a mouthful of blue cold energy. Suyu's gaze was cold. Evil creature! Heavenly punishment of ice and thunder. The flame spear in his palm pierced through the sky, shooting forward. But the snow lion's bloody eyes flashed with a look of contempt. It raised its house-sized paw and slammed it down. Creak! The powerful heavenly punishment of ice and thunder was instantly destroyed. Not even a strand of its hair was harmed. Divine ice ring. Countless divine ice threads weaved into a giant arrow, enveloped in a terrifying cold energy, piercing its eyes. The snow lion still had a contemptuous look on its face. It opened its mouth and spat out a mouthful of icy blue air, freezing the arrow on the spot. Realizing that things were not looking good, Suyu had a thought and wanted to retrieve his divine ice threads. However, the snow lion's eyes were filled with mockery. It opened its mouth and inhaled, swallowing all of Suyu's divine ice threads into its stomach. Suyu was left with an empty divine ice ring, unable to unleash its power. The divine weapon that he had been relying on was actually snatched away. At the same time that his heart was filled with hatred, Suyu spread his wings and flew away again. A fifth-level Holy King was a high-level existence among the Holy Kings. Compared to a fourth-level Holy King, there was an insurmountable gap. Roar! However, after flying for a while, the snow lion actually roared angrily, opened its huge mouth that was the size of a small house, and suddenly sucked. Walala! In an instant, the airflow became turbulent, forming a huge whirlpool. Suyu felt as if he was in the middle of a torrent, and he could not help but be sucked into the giant mouth. Suyu's expression changed slightly. He gathered all the spirit energy in his body and resisted crazily. However, the snow lion's eyes were filled with disdain. It suddenly exerted its strength, and a strong suction force suddenly erupted. Walala! Large swathes of trees were uprooted from the ground, and there were even human-sized rocks. Like raindrops, they were all swallowed into the giant mouth. Puff! Suyu was struck by the debris that swept towards him. He let out a low grunt, and there was a metallic taste in his mouth. Suyu could no longer resist, and he was completely swallowed into the snow lion's mouth that was the size of a small house. The snow lion's blood-red eyes glowed with savagery. The moment Suyu was sucked in, the giant mouth closed. Its fangs, which were several meters long, were uneven, sharp, and hard. This bite actually wanted to tear Suyu into minced meat. Suyu's eyes were cold and resolute. At the critical moment, he let out a furious roar. Seal of time! Crack! The snow lion froze in an instant, but its huge mouth still bit down due to inertia. Heavenly punishment of ice and thunder. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Suyu condensed a long spear and blasted it into the snow lion's mouth. Rumble! The billowing waves of energy carried flesh and blood, blowing up a small portion of the snow lion's giant mouth. Fresh blood splattered, and pieces of flesh flew. A huge gap appeared in the snow lion's mouth, and fresh blood sprayed out. It was hideous. Roar! The seal of time was lifted, and extreme pain caused the snow lion to fall to the ground. It roared and rolled around crazily. Its mouth let out a tragic roar. The strong air current completely engulfed Suyu, who was in the giant mouth, into its stomach. Plop! Suyu fell into its stomach. The strong acid corroded Suyu's body. Waves of burning pain shot straight to his soul. Suyu's expression changed. He immediately rose into the air, grabbing onto the walls of the stomach. But even the walls of the stomach had acid, and Suyu could not exert any force on it. Was he not doomed to die, destined to turn into a pool of blood? Suddenly, Su Yu caught a glimpse of the divine ice threads that had been swallowed. Floating in the terrifying acid, it did not rot in the slightest. His expression was joyful, and he grabbed it. Creak! Dozens of divine ice threads pierced into the stomach, interweaving to form a giant net. Su Yu leaped, sitting on the giant net to avoid being corroded by the acid. But this was not a long-term solution. The air was filled with acid gas. Even though it was weak, it was not suitable to stay for long. But it was also not suitable to leave the snow lion's body. Once the enraged snow lion found out that Su Yu was still alive, the chances of him dying under the frenzied attacks of a 5th-level Holy King were very high. What should he do? There were only a few days left until the registration for the ancient Xianyin temple contest. If he missed the deadline, he would not be able to enter the ancient Xianyin temple contest in 2 months to obtain the Phoenix Blood Elixir for Xianer. Without the Phoenix Blood Elixir, he could only watch as Xianer died in pain or give her to Chao Xian. Xianer! Su Yu clenched his fists, caught between a rock and a hard place. Suddenly, Su Yu felt a bone-chilling cold air coming from the walls of the stomach. The light blue cold air flowed along the blood vessels, lasting for a long time. Su Yu's eyes lit up. Creak! 10 divine ice threads pierced into the blood vessels of the stomach wall, absorbing the cold air flowing in the blood vessels. Roar! The pain of the giant mouth cracking overshadowed the stinging pain coming from the stomach wall. The snow lion did not notice the abnormality in its stomach. Whoosh! Li Xiaowei flew back anxiously. He was entangled with Song Qingshan and was about to subdue him. Unexpectedly, the snow lion let out a pitiful cry, causing Li Xiaowei to be shocked. He immediately gave up on Song Qingshan. Landing on the ground, Li Xiaowei's expression changed when he saw the terrifying wound on the snow lion. A sliver of fear spread. The snow lion that Miss Hua lent us was crippled by that little bastard. Even someone as strong as Li Xiaowei shuddered the mention of Miss Hua. He hurriedly took out a few precious elixirs and stuffed them into the snow lion's mouth, alleviating the pain and alleviating the injury. But the snow lion was still rolling on the ground in pain. I have no choice. I have to return to the Empire in advance. Li Xiaowei's expression was anxious. He carried the snow lion and flew away. He was so anxious that he did not even wait for Chengyu and Wang Li to return. A whole day passed, and the snow lion gradually calmed down. But as time passed, it became weaker and more listless. Occasionally it would groan in pain, its entire body convulsing. Li Xiaowei did not know that there was an abnormality in its stomach, and only thought that the wound on its giant mouth was acting up. But another day passed. The snow lion was on its last breath, and the number of times it convulsed increased. Occasionally it would spit out blood. Li Xiaowei was extremely anxious and filled with hatred. Little bastard! You killed the people of the Empire of Darkness and harmed the snow lion of the Empire of Darkness. You will die a horrible death. Swoosh, swoosh! But at that moment, all of a sudden, a strange change occurred in the surrounding spiritual energy. Waves of spiritual energy seemed to have been summoned, crazily surging toward the snow lion. No, it was surging toward its stomach. A shred of aura that had been hidden for a long time could no longer be concealed amidst the change. Signs of a breakthrough to 4th-level Holy King. Li Xiaowei's expression changed. He put down the snow lion, his eyes filled with shock. Why would there be signs of a breakthrough in the snow lion's stomach? Could it be? A thought flashed past Li Xiaowei's mind, and he suddenly thought of a possibility. His expression turned cold. Little bastard, you actually hid in the snow lion's stomach to train. The anger in his heart turned into a raging flame. No wonder the snow lion was getting weaker. It was because Su Yu was still alive in its body, destroying its body. Buzz, buzz, buzz. What answered him was the aura of a 4th-level Holy King. Su Yu had successfully broken through. Within 2 days, he had crazily absorbed the icy blue energy from the snow lion's bloodline, activating Psi of Ice to train. Coupled with the fact that he had previously swallowed the treasures of the blazing lion, much of the energy had not been digested in a short period of time and had settled in his body. Su Yu had successfully broken through from 3rd level peak Holy King to 4th level Holy King at the critical moment of life and death. A power that far exceeded his previous strength welled up in his heart. Su Yu had finally met the requirements to register for the ancient Xianyin Temple contest. At the same time, after a month of being chased and being chased, Icy Divine Wings had finally broken through to Stage 1 top class after 2 days of comprehension. As for Psi of Ice, which amplified spiritual energy, it had advanced from Stage 1 top class and was only a step away from breaking through to Stage 2. However, the one that gained the most was Glazed Ice Flame. Known as the most difficult and powerful legacy-level technique to comprehend, it had finally broken through to Stage 1 top class after crazily swallowing the icy blue energy of the snow lion. Outside, Li Xiaowei was furious. "Come out immediately, and I can still spare your life. Otherwise..." Li Xiaowei was worried that Su Yu's refusal to show himself would cause the snow lion to suffer even more damage. If that was the case, he would not be able to answer to Miss Hua. "Hee, as you wish, come out now." A dull sound came from the snow lion's stomach. Creak, roar, suddenly, countless dull sounds came from the surface of the snow lion's body. The snow lion, on its last breath, seemed to be in extreme pain. It let out a blood-curdling screech and rolled around in pain. Looking at its stomach, dozens of hard, thin threads formed from cold ice had pierced through its body. Following that, dozens of thin threads suddenly cut through. Creak, roar. The snow lion was in excruciating pain. It roared at the sky and fainted on the spot from the pain. A bloody hole the size of a small house had been cut open in its stomach. A young man with rotten clothes and a putrid stench walked out of the bloody hole. Although he was in a sorry state, his expression was calm. His gaze was firm and full of vigor. "How dare you hurt it?" Li Xiaowei's expression was gloomy. That was Miss Hua's snow lion. How was he going to answer to her? Hurt it? Su Yu calmly glanced at the snow lion. 2 days ago, he had almost been bitten to death by this savage snow lion. Su Yu could still vividly remember its ferocity. Creak! Su Yu flicked his finger, and the divine ice threads wrapped around the snow lion's head. The sharp threads sliced the unconscious snow lion's head off on the spot. It was better to get rid of such a harmful beast. Li Xiaowei could not stop it in time. His eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. "You're asking for death!" Rumble, his heart was ice cold. He could only capture Su Yu and beg for forgiveness from Miss Hua. The terrifying aura of a 5th level lower tier, Holy King, spread in all directions. The terrifying force of the fist attacked with a force that could shake one's soul. The force of the fist blew Su Yu's silver hair, revealing a pair of cold eyes.